that will be red here.
Oh,
So 1212.
Switch on both mics.
Okay.
And keep it on. Oh, yeah.
How's it?
We will try. Try. What time is your flight?
Eh?
What time is
Yeah, please. We need to be out of here by 4.
PS exhibit bundle? So this is the capital sorted. I'll come to you.
Should I give you the flash? Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm getting yourself, Malcolm. Sorry, please.
Friday.
Who? Who had it done?
You need to pick a little his name.
Huh?
Confiscate them if you don't switch them off and they ring.
Good morning, Mr. Skakane.
Good.
And is there? Oh, interpret. Okay.
Good morning, Chair and the Commissioners.
Yes, and good morning, Warrant Officer Mpangase.
Morning, Commissioner.
Thank you. Yes.
Chair, as you have mentioned, it's Warrant Officer Mpangase who's giving evidence today, and it's in line with the Potchefstroom stream. His evidence will just deal with some of the decisions that he had made. We have had evidence of other witnesses in relation to some other issues, and I don't think it would be wise to repeat that evidence. Can I request?
Thank you for this. So, thank you. I'm saying thank you for indicating that you will avoid repetition. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Chair. Can I request that the witness be sworn in then?
Warrant Officer, will you be? I will say this for the first and last time. after this, I will use your name. Mr. Interpreter, can you please give me your name so that I can address you by name from this point onwards?
Vusumuzi Cuthbert Nkabinde.
Thank you, Mr. Nkabinde. Thank you. Warrant Officer, will you be swearing or affirming?
I'll be swearing.
Please place your full names on record.
Mbongeleni Felix Simangaliso Mpangase.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Warrant Officer. Yes, Mr. Skakan.
Thank you, Chair. In fact, I wanted to deal with the question of Mr. Nkabinde after he was sworn in. The witness has requested the services of an interpreter or translator from English to isiZulu and vice versa. And obviously that would apply when we ask questions. To concentrate on the witness statement for present purposes, I will also rely on the exhibit files, which I think you would have. Apologies for the many files, but I'll keep the reference to those 3 or 4 files. And Mr. Warrant Officer Mpangase has those files. Confirm.
Yes.
Please don't.
Confirmed.
Okay. And the file that we are going to start with is file 1.
Kuzoqalwa ku file 1.
Thank you. And at page 1, that is your statement or a statement with your name. Do you confirm?
Lapho ke kubhalwe statement negama lakho. Ngabe uyaqinisekisa lokho?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you then turn to page 4 of that very statement?
You were silent, Mr. Nkabinde.
Oh, buyela kuya ku page 4 ke kuleyo ndaba nje usushilo.
At the bottom section is your name. Is that your signature?
Lapho egcineni lengezansi lapho kunegama lakho. Kwase
Yeah.
kwafakwa isignature ngabe uwe sayinile lapho?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And then I take it that is your statement, which you will rely on.
Izothatha ukuthi ke yisi statement lesi esingesakho futhi singathi uthembele kusona okuzokusho.
Yebo kunjani.
That is correct.
Commissioners, Ms. Warrant Officer Mpangase, apologies, was served with the necessary Rule 35 notices and equally with the Regulation 10.6 notices. And they are in that file as tab 5 and 6. And particularly the Regulation 10 is under tab 7.
Njengoba ebabiza ke lezi nombolo uthi unikeziwe lezi nombolo nje beyibizile.
Yeah.
And in particular, the questions would start from page 18 of that file, just to contextualize the giving of the evidence.
Kuwa ke kuzoqalwa ku page 18 ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi silandele kahle lo mniningwane wale statement.
Thank you. Then, just on the structure for today, what we would prefer or what would request that happens is that you go through the statement, read it out and put it on record.
Kuthiwa ke namhlanje kuzocelwa ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi sihambe ngendlela yakhona ukuthi kuzofuneka ukuthi uzifunde sizokwazi ukuthi zingene la ku recording kuzwakala ukuthi thatheka kanjani.
Yes.
And you would have considered the questions in the Regulation 10.6 notice, and where you require to add or elaborate, please do so.
Lapho kubona ukuthi mhlambe kunesidingo sokuthi uchaze kabanzi unabe ungakwenza lokho.
Ngiyezwa.
Understood?
Can you then start with your statement from the beginning?
Ungaqala ke ngestatement sakho.
Khona iphutha engilibonayo le date.
I've just noted there is a mistake concerning the date
Ku paragraph 3.
on paragraph 3.
Ngibhala u21 esikhundleni sika 22.
It's written as 21st instead of
2.
22.
Chair will attempt to cure that issue in the appropriate manner, considering that it's an affidavit, not just a statement. Are there any other issues that you'd want to
Ayi ilephela.
elect?
No, besabuza ukuthi ngabe
so-
khona okunye uthi wena cha.
Oh,
No, that's all.
sorry. We have encountered those minor mistakes, and the witnesses have just corrected them through their testimony, so you don't need to bother with the technicalities around that.
Kuthiwa ke hayi okuncane lokho kuye kwenzeke. Sikuthi kufanele bese nesidingo lokusingena kakhulu sijule kulokho kuzolunga.
Yes, Mrs. Kakane.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can I then request you to continue with your statement?
Cela ukuthi uqhubeke ke ngestatement sakho.
Okay. I, the undersigned, Bongeleni Felix Mpangase, states under oath in English. I am a warrant officer in the South African Police Service with service number 0638667. I'm currently attached to Pietermaritzburg SAPS to investigate cold cases within Umgungundlovu district.
Don't, just keep that sentence with your cell number.
I confirm that during the year 2021, I was employed as a detective within the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation based in Durban. I was attached to Serious Organized Crime Investigation Unit, tasked to investigate national priority violence crimes, which included murder, robbery with aggravating circumstances, bank robberies, among others. On the 22nd of June, 2021, I booked on duty at 7:30 a.m. at the office, which is situated at 136 Victoria Embankment. At an unspecified time, I received a call from Lieutenant Colonel Jacob and asked me if I was available for an operation, and if I was, I must be on standby, because a crime intelligence operative whom I knew had information about a container that was containing approximately 7 to 8 kilograms of cocaine, which was at that time suspected to be at CHS Depot, Isipingo.
Sorry, Warrant Officer, I do apologize, but I just want to maybe understand. When you said it's just a minimal, you knew the crime intelligence operative. Did you work with him before?
Umbuzo ke kuthi njoba ukhulume ngeligama lesakhwini sokuthi minimal ngabe ufuza ukuthi lokho sikhuluma ngayo buke wasebenza naye yini phambilini?
Yes, ngangasebenza naye.
Yes, I had worked with him.
Kanye.
Only once.
Thank you.
I informed Lieutenant Colonel Jacob that I was available to assist. He then asked me who else can come with me to do this operation. I suggested Warrant Officer Sbia, to to him and he agreed. I then approached Warrant Officer and informed him that Warrant Officer Sibia was Lieutenant Colonel Jacob advised that I should expect a call from a CI operative who will provide more information. He further stated that Warrant Officer Sibia and I would attend. I requested that Lieutenant Jacob also attend, as the CIA operative was his, and that I had no prior experience attending to such information. I stated that the information required someone experienced and well-versed in these types of operation. He agreed and indicated that he would book himself on duty and join us. A few minutes later, the operative phoned me and told me we had to meet at Isipingo for a briefing. I informed Lieutenant Colonel Jacob about this. He then said we must come and pick him up at his house. As I did not have a car, I approached Warrant Officer Sibia, who was using Lieutenant Colonel Jacob's car. So we then went to pick him up, and the three of us proceeded to Isipingo, where we met the CI operative, who then briefed us on the information. After a short briefing, we proceeded to CHC depot. At the depot, we met an Asian female. We introduced ourselves to her as police and informed her the purpose of our visit. She told us that she is the manager of the depot, and then she was aware of our pending visit. I believe the CI operative had already spoken to her prior to our arrival. She granted us permission to search for the container, and it did not take a long time to locate it. Once we identified it, we brought it down to the ground to be searched. Before the container was identified, Lieutenant Colonel Jacob had already assigned me to take notes of the search. I recorded names and cell phone numbers of people observing the search, as well as those who were employed at the depot. My assigned role during this drug bust or drug interception was to take notes. Lieutenant Colonel Jacob and warrant officer were responsible for taking photos of the scene. At all times, I was working under the supervision of Lieutenant Colonel Jacob. Before the container was opened, Lieutenant Colonel Jacob and warrant officers took photos of the container and the seal number as well as the container number. I recorded the names of the people present. Among those that I had noted were Sergeant Nkize, Sergeant Gavenda, and Tutugo Kuzwayo, who were present during the search of the container. The container was properly locked and sealed, and the seal was intact. I do not recall who broke the seal and opened the doors of the container. Upon opening, I observed black canvas bags placed directly behind the doors of the container. Lieutenant Colonel Jacob removed one of the bags and opened it. Inside the bag were bricks of hard substance suspected to be cocaine. These bricks were wrapped in yellow and black plastic wrappings bearing inscriptions of Jaguar and TikTok emblems. Photos were taken of the bag before it was removed from the other bags, and again it was opened as well as its content. These photos were taken using a cell phone camera. 27 bags were offloaded from the container and placed on the ground. Further search was conducted and nothing was found in the container except for the cargo that was there, for which details of it I do not recall. If my recollection serves me well, I also recall that the uniform members who were there during the search and the seizure had left. They were phoned to come back and assist with the transportation of exhibits from the depot to the Isipingo SAPS. They indeed came back and exhibits were loaded in the Hyundai H1 and transported to Isipingo SAPS with the sole intention of storing them there for safekeeping. When we were at Isipingo SAPS, we offloaded the exhibits and placed them on the ground. And photos were also taken while they were on the ground, and the bags were recounted. After we had finished a recount, bags were opened and we counted the content of each bag. And it has found that each bag had 20 bricks of cocaine. Only one bag had 21 bricks of cocaine. I requested the exhibit clerk to give us FSL bags so that we can seal the exhibits, and he said he did not have the size that we were looking for. I then personally entered the exhibits in the SAP 13 register at Isipingo as instructed by Lieutenant Colonel Jacob. While I was entering exhibits in the register, the exhibit clerk asked me a strange question. He wanted to know where we were going to keep the exhibits. I told him that we were going to leave them there for safekeeping. He told me that he had no space to keep the exhibits there. We must take them with us and keep them somewhere. I then told him to inform Lieutenant Colonel Jacob. When Lieutenant Colonel Jacob heard this from the clerk, he started making calls to look for a place to store these exhibits. Lieutenant Colonel Jacobs told me that since they are refusing to keep the exhibits there, I must book them out to be taken to forensic lab. He started by calling Amanzi Mtoti, FSL, and they said they do not have space. They were renovating the building since it was damaged by heavy rains. After that, Lieutenant Colonel made a call to inform Brigadier Nyusa that we are unable to find space to store the exhibits. After talking to Brigadier Nyusa, Lieutenant Jacob told me that we must take the exhibits to Potchefstroom storage. After the decision was made to take the exhibit to Potchefstroom, an arrangement was made for vehicles to transport exhibit to Potchefstroom. There was an escorting team comprising of Warrant Officer Mdlalose and Warrant Officer Mkwanazi. I cannot recall who else was there as part of the escorting team. We arrived in the afternoon at Potchefstroom, late in the afternoon at Potchefstroom offices, and we were received by Potchefstroom official who showed us their walk-in safe where exhibits were stored. I do not know the name of the DPCI official that gave us the keys to the safe. I'm not certain whether General Sinona and Brigadier Nyusa came in before our arrival or arrived while we were busy storing the exhibits in the storeroom. I can recall that both came inside the storeroom while we were busy storing the exhibits. General Sinona was checking if the storeroom was suitable to store exhibits. After storing the exhibits in the safe was locked and General Sinona instructed that the keys be left with him. The safe keys were handed over to him accordingly. We all left and went back to Durban. Nobody complained about anything. Everything was perfect and in order, and everybody was happy with the seizure. On the following day, I received an instruction from Lieutenant Colonel Jacob that I must go back to Potchefstroom to unpack the exhibit and seal them in the forensic science lab bags. I then requested Captain Danzi, now the deceased, Captain Fries, but I do not recall who else was there to assist. We proceeded to Potchefstroom and unpacked and sealed the exhibits in the FSL bags. They were then entered in the Potchefstroom SAP 13 register, which was brought to DPCI offices by the Potchefstroom clerk. After we had finished, I locked the safe and I personally took back the key to General Sinona and booked it back on the register since I had booked it out in the morning. Again, I received the call on the next day from Lieutenant Colonel Jacob that I must go back to DPCI offices and take samples from each bag. I again requested Captain Fries and Captain Danzi, and I do not recall who else came with me. We went into the safe. I randomly picked up 5 bags and took out samples from each brick, which I randomly selected. I placed the samples inside the FSL exhibit bags and sealed them. The bags were marked with Durban Central OCI Inquiry 28/06/2021 and Potchefstroom SAP 13/883/2021, which I later handed over to Warrant Officer Sibia for safekeeping until Lieutenant Jacob comes back from leave. I wish to state on record that Ntuthuko Khuzwayo introduced himself as the custom official. This could have been clarified had a statement been taken from him shortly after, which would have confirmed his occupation. I had no reason to mislead anyone or falsify information. Similarly, I had no reason to state that Sergeant Mkhize and Sergeant Gavenda and other police officials were there observing the search if they were not there. I also want to state that I concur with Lieutenant Colonel Jacob that I am an experienced drug investigator. I have been doing drug investigation for more than 10 years, doing buy and bust covert operations in KZN. But I have never attended a drug interception of this magnitude from start to finish. either at the harbor or container depot. The only reason I took part in this covert operation is because I was requested to assist, and I personally wanted to learn from Lieutenant Colonel Jacob as to how to manage these type of operations and the whole process from start to finish. I also want to state that I was shocked and surprised when I heard that drugs were stolen from Potchefstroom DPCI storage. I was surprised because I was under the impression that drugs were long transported to Forensic Science Laboratory, Pretoria, as I had overheard in the passage in the office that they were going to be taken there for storage. I wish to state that I do not know who broke into the Potchefstroom storage, and I was not aware that there were no proper security measures in place. That is all that I wish to state.
May I just ask this very quickly, Mrs. Kakane? I do hear you, warrant officer, saying that you are experienced, or rather you are an experienced drug investigator, and that you've been doing investigations for more than 10 years, that is drug investigations. But I understood the beginning of your affidavit to say that as at 22 June 2021, your area of operation was violent crime, national priority violent crime. Is that so?
Manje ukuthi kuyakuzwakela njengoba uchaza ukuthi hayi isipiliyoni busunazo sokuthi cishe mhlambe neminyaka eyishumi kuya kanjalo kulokhu kwenza izinto ezidakamizwa lezi ama drugs kodwa nasibuyele emuva ngathi kuyabonakala ukuthi ngomhla ngalesikhathi leso ngako i22 ka June 2021 kahle kahle wena uthi hayi ulwazi lakho belubanzi la ubhekeni kahle lokhu ubugebengu imacala ahambelana nobugebengu ebhaliwe lapha usikuzwe kahle.
Yeah.
That is correct.
As you say that is your area of operation being a violent crime, priority violent crime. You give examples of that. And at the end you say, end of the sentence, paragraph, the last sentence, paragraph 2, you say among others. That is after itemizing examples of violent crimes. You say among others. In that context, I understand among others also to relate to violent crimes. Am I correct?
Ngabe usukuzwa kahle yini nje obuchaza ubekile lapha ukuthi amacala ahambisana nodlame violence crime le bekuyizizwe izinto kakhulu ngathi bobhekene nazo kodwa na ubheka lapha ku paragraph 2 nasesiyezansi kukhona lapha okunye kwezinto okufakayo okunye ngamanga other things njengoba sithi khuluma ngayo le violence crime.
Yebo unjalo.
That is correct.
Now, that being the, all right, let me ask this. On the morning of 22 June 2021, were there no members whose area of operation was narcotics or drugs?
Ngaso lesikhathi sika 22 June 2021 ukuthi alikho ilunga la sebenza lapha singathi bekuuyo ngqo shishilizi obhekene ngqo nalokho kuphathisana kwama drugs lokho idakwamiza ama narcotics.
Icon.
The way.
Can you give me a few names?
Ungasipha amagama amhlamba thizeni?
Ama group ayi2.
There were two groups.
Khona iphethwe uCaptain Mpele.
One was headed by Captain
Mpele.
Captain Mbele.
Enye yayi yayiphethe Lieutenant Colonel ngaleso sikhathi.
The other one was under Lieutenant Colonel at that time.
Motley.
The name is Moodley.
And were the two and/or members under them on duty on the morning of 22 June 2021? Do you know?
Ngalo lilanga mhla ka 22 June 21 ngabe bona babe khona yini abanye babe basebenzisana mhlambe beyengaphansi kwabo?
Yeah, babekhona.
Yes, they were.
Do you know why Colonel Jacob would have called you being somebody whose area of operation was priority violent crime, instead of calling those people whose area of operation was narcotics?
Ngabe uyazi yini ukuthi uJacob Londini bese suka biza wena bekhona abantu banolwazi olunzulu ngalezi zinto zimdakwamile wena ungale kule la kusetshenziswa khona ngezodlame ngabe uyazi ukuthi kwenziwa yini lokho?
Isizathu salokho engisikhumbulayo
The reason which I could recall
ukuthi Lieutenant Jacob wayengazwani nawo mabili ama groups.
wayengazwani. The reason is Jacobs was not in good terms with both groups.
Does that mean he did not work with them?
Kusho ukuthi bengasebenzisani nabo?
Wayengasebenzisani nawo.
Yes, did not work with them.
So whenever he worked within his area of operation, he always got people who were not within his area of operation.
Manje kusho ukuthi kube kufuneka yenze into enjengalelo operation. Kusedingeka ukuthi alande abantu angasebenzisani nabo.
Noma ngingasakhumbuli kahle noma
Even if I do no longer recall very well.
Ngoba yena wayephethe yona igroup yakaSanab.
Group kaSanlam.
Sanab.
Because he was in control of the Sanam group.
Ukuthi obani ababengaphansi kwakhe ngisakhumbula.
The people who were under him, I do not remember.
Yeah, I'm happy you mentioned that. I'm happy you mentioned that.
Oh,
So he was not all by himself. He had people under him as well.
Uyakujabulela ukuthi uyakusho lokho Pauli uyabonakala ukuthi ngempela wayenabo abantu abasebenza ngaphansi kwakhe.
Mangikhumbula kahle.
If I recall correctly.
And he called you and not them on the morning.
Kodwa na usebiza wena akabizi bona ngalo kuseni lolanga.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ngenxa yokuthi wayengazwani nabo.
I think the reason is that he was not in good terms with them.
Just remind me, I do remember the name Moodley. I've forgotten the other name. You said it was...
Uthe umuntu oyedwa lo moya usekhohliwe konje uthe ubani?
Kwi group
Ngubani? Mpele.
Captain Mpele.
Mpele captain.
And the rank, and Moodley's rank?
Irank kaMoodley?
Kwaku Lieutenant Colonel ngaleso sikhathi.
At that time he was Lieutenant Colonel.
So you are telling us that Colonel Jacob was not in good terms with Colonel Moodley, not in good terms with Captain Mpele, not in good terms with all the people under them, not in good terms with the people under him, under Jacob himself. He was not in good terms with all those people.
Ngabe ngendlela ochaza ngayo usho ukuthi umnewethu lo angazwani noMoodley, angazwani nalomunye umphathi nabantu abasebenza ngaphansi kwabo, kusho ukuthi sibafaka bakamo ngakamo linye abengazwani nabo bonke.
Engazwani nabo nalaba baphansi kwakhe yena Jacobe.
Yeah. As the commission njoba ngishilo ukuthi nalaba baphansi kwabo yena ngo uJacob yini lo kuba abantu abaphansi kwakhe nabo abengazwani nabo.
Uma ngibuyisa kahle umqondo wami,
If I try to refresh my mind,
Lieutenant Jacob wayephethe uSanap. uSanap wawudivide kabili.
Jacob was in charge of Sanap, and this particular Sanap was divided into two.
Kwakuka Mbele, Captain Mbele,
One was belonging to Captain Mbele,
bese kuba uLieutenant Colonel Motley.
the other one was the Lieutenant Colonel Modley.
So wona magroup kayengazwani nawo lawo ngaleso sikhathi.
Those indeed were the groups he was not in terms with.
Are you able to give us numbers, perhaps? Do you have any idea how many people we're talking about?
Ungakhona ukusipha inombolo ukufanisela nokuthi sikhuluma ngabantu abangaki la.
Ngingababala futhi.
I can count them.
Yes.
Kwaku warrant officer ready.
Warrant officer ready,
Ababesebenza ngaphansi kwaMotley.
who were under Modley.
Warrant officer Pillay.
Warrant officer Pillay,
Kubo Carl Sanders.
Carl Sanders.
Samkhumbulo omunye.
I do not remember the other one.
But there was another one. A
Kodwa
fourth.
bekhona omunye.
The one that you say you don't remember. So
Longo uthi awusamkhumbuli.
you know there was someone else, but you don't remember the name.
Kodwa nesiqiniseko ukuthi wayekhona umuntu ndini kodwa awusakhumbuli ubani.
Enginesiqiniseko sabi bona la about 3.
I'm certain about the 3.
And so it would be 4, including Colonel Modley.
Kusho ukuthi nasibala noMudli leso kuzoba wesine.
Yeah.
Oh no, oh yes, now.
Khona nomlungu wayekhona.
Yeah, there was also a white person there.
Wayekhona sengikhohle isibongo sakhe.
I have just forgotten his surname.
5.
Wesihlanu loyo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bese kuthi kuMbhele
And then when we come to Mbele,
kwaku uBrian Malinga.
Brian
Warrant
Malinga,
officer Malinga.
uthi ubani?
Warrant officer Malinga.
Warrant officer,
Kubo Captain Ntanzi.
Captain Danzi,
Kubo uCaptain Freeze umangalenzi uphutha.
Captain Freeze, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. No Kumete.
Also
Warrant officer
Kumete.
Kumete.
I think.
Warrant officer Kumete.
Warrant officer.
5, including Captain Pele.
Nasesibabala bafake no Captain Mbele bahlanu.
Okay. Khona omunye wesifazane wayekhona.
There's another female person.
Sengisikhohliwe isibongo sakhe. SesiXhosa.
The surname is just eluded me. It's a Xhosa surname.
So 6.
Wesithupha loyo.
Yeah.
Yes.
So a total of 11 people.
Asibahlanganisa bonke bayishumi nanye 11.
Yebo kunjani.
That is correct.
Are you telling this commission that Colonel Jacob did not have good relations with all 11 colleagues?
Ngabe uthanda ukutshela lesigcawu esikusona la ukuthi no captain kubo bonke laba bantu akekho zwana nabo bonke akazwani nabo.
Enginesiqiniseko sabo.
Those that I am certain about,
Kwaku uColonel Motley,
Colonel Modley,
kube uCaptain Mbele,
Captain Mbele,
ilabo enginesiqiniseko sabo.
those I am certain about.
Do I understand you to be saying that he did not relate well only with 2 of the 11.
Ngabe kusikuzwa kahle ukuthi empeleni ilabo ababili kuphela ayengahambisani kahle angadleli ubudlelwano obuhle nabo.
Abafika emqondweni yami, yes.
Those that come to my mind, yes.
So automatically then that means there was no issue with the remaining 9.
Kusho ukuthi indlela ebengakhona laba abanye abawu9 abasaid, "Oh, bekunganankinga."
Angeke ngazi-ke.
I would not know.
If you do not know, we must take it to be so. Now, this takes me back to my question, the question I asked right at the beginning. Now you have 9 colleagues. Why is it that Colonel Jacob called you when he had colleagues within his own unit? Why does Colonel Jacob call a colleague who's in another division altogether, a division concerned with the priority violent crime, and leave 9 colleagues within or whose area of operations is narcotics and drugs? Why did he call you?
Uyabona kusho ukuthi sothatha ukuthi vele kunjalo laba abanye bezwana nabo abenganankinga. Kodwa ke isibuyisela la siqale khona. Ukuthi lo Jacobe sesuka lapha ababizi labantu abanye bala. Kodwa ulanda umuntu ole phesheya nendawo ongasebenzi ngalezi zinto zezidakamizwa lokhu namanakhothi. Ulanda umuntu owazi umsebenzi wakhe kahle kuleya ndawo yodlame. Yiwo lo mbuzo ukuthi ngabe ngempela kwenzeka kanjani lapho?
Angeke ngazi ukuthi yini enza ukuthi athathe leso sinqumo.
I would not know why he came to that decision.
Kodwa engingakusho ukuthi mina naye isasizwana.
What I could say that me and him had a good relationship.
Would I be unfair to ask if he did not choose you because he thought you might be pliable to do whatever it was he wanted to do? Pliable or malleable or compliant?
Ngabe kuzabe kwenziwa iphutha yini ukuthi hayi khona wakulanda ngoba anesiqiniseko ukuthi hey nangitshele lo uzokwenza lokho esifuna ukwenziwe uzovumelana nakho aqhube futhi ngabe kwenziwa iphutha nasicashwa kanjalo.
Angeke ngazi.
I would not know.
Thank you, Mr. Skakana.
Asking follow-up to this, what other operations, and please describe them, what other operations had you done with I think it's Colonel Jacob?
Ungasichazela ngabe kukhona okunye amanye ama-operation oke waba mdibi munye usebenzisana naye uJacob?
Iyodwa engikhumbulayo.
I recall one.
Tell us about it.
Sichazele yiphi?
I-operation ecishe ifane nale.
Operation which was somehow similar to this one.
I-information futhi ayiqhamuke kwi-CIA operative.
Information also came from CI?
CI operative.
CI operation.
Same muntu.
Same muntu.
Yes.
Same person.
Wasinikeza information ukuthi khona i-container noma ngasakhumbula ukuthi ayikuphi.
He also gave us information about a container which was there, but I cannot remember where exactly it was.
Noma kwakuyise Phoenix noma eDurban North angisakhumbuli kahle.
Whether it was in Phoenix or Durban North, I cannot remember well.
Esahamba sayo isebenza sathi nasiyafika kuyona safika ukuthi ama drugs awasekho.
We went there and we conducted the operation, but on our arrival, the drugs were no longer there.
Akwazi ukuthatha thobani.
We do not know who removed them.
Ileyo operation kuphela engasebenza nayo.
That's the only other operation I had worked with.
And when was that?
Kwakunini?
Same year. Same year.
Same year.
Just maybe 2 or 3 months before the operation.
I think 2 or 3 months apart.
Yes. So when Colonel Jacobs says you are an experienced, I think investigator or police officer in drug busts, he can only speak to that one operation
Manje nase
because
sithi,
you've not had any other operations with him.
uthi yena wena unaso isipiliyoni salo madrag. Kodwa nasibheka ukhuluma isipiliyoni sale yodwa wasebenza kuyona?
Cha.
No.
Yeah, tell us about that.
Sitshele
That's why
kakhulu.
I asked you. That's why I asked you what other operations have you done with him. You say you've done only one, and that one operation you described, you actually found nothing. So, and now you say he can speak to your vast experience. If he has not worked with you in drug busts, how does he know anything about your experience in drug busts?
Thana ngasicacisela lana ukuthi njobe bethu nesipiliyoni wena ngawakha amagama uchaze ukuthi kuwe waba kanye nje vo la usebenze naye kwakhona kuyobamba lama idakwamisa kodwa ke manje ngabe ukhuluma ngeloko kodwa kukhona okunye mhlambe ongasishongo okwenza ukuthatha unesipiliyoni.
Ngisebenzile ka-SANAP unit
I did work at SANAP unit
dealer ne-investigation yama-drugs kuphela.
which deals with investigation of the drugs only.
So bekwazi lokho.
He knew about that.
So your answer is you've worked with him. Because remember my question to you was, have you worked with him? You said once. And now I'm trying to understand when you say he's able to speak to your experience, how would he know if he's not worked with you before?
Ubona ke manje uthanda ukucacisela kahle ukuthi ngabe uthini kahle nje. Ngoba uthi usebenzile kokunye uthi usebenze naye kanye. Kodwa manje sokuthatha ukuthi bese yena besayibeka ukuthi uyazi ukuthi unesipiliyoni kanjani. Wachaza lapho.
Yeah, ngisebenzile naye officeini elilodwa.
I had worked with him in the same office,
Kodwa angisebenzanga naye kwi-section eyodwa yama-drugs.
but not in the drug section. I never worked with him there.
When he says he knows that you are an experience, it's because you've worked in the same organization, not because he has seen your involvement in operations and how you conducted yourself in operations for him to be able to say you're an experienced person. It's only because you worked for the same organization.
Usho ukuthi ke ngamanye amagama uthi wena uyazi ukuthi unesipiliyoni ngoba nani sebenza ndawonye lapho kuleyo office. Kodwa akaza kubona ubamba uyeka ukuthi hayi le ndoda iyaswazi lomsebenzi. Azange kubone lokho.
Cha, besisebenza e-officeini elilodwa. Kodwa ngisebenza kwenye section.
We were working in the same office, but I was working in another section.
So,
What was that section?
Kwakuyini leyo section?
yeah, SANAP.
SANAP.
What did you do in that section?
Wawenzani khona lapho?
Drug investigations. Drug investigations.
Drug investigation.
So you got involved in drug busts.
Kusho ukuthi
In that
nawe
section.
awukhona ukuthi kungene la kwebhastwa khona abantu ama-drug bust.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mrs. Kakane.
I think that takes care some of the questions, but just to follow up on that, on your paragraph 18, which is page 4 of your statement, you don't need to go there. You say that you were an experienced drug investigator. And would that mean you, because to make that statement, that must mean that you know how to handle drug investigations and scenes?
Kuthiwa ke manje nawubheka lapha ku page 4 ngicishe lapha phansi ku 18 utheke wena unalo ulwazi olunzulu isipiliyoni lesikhuluma ngaso ukuphenyeni kwama drugs. Manje, just repeat that question. The question is?
You would have experience and knowledge how to deal with.
Kusho ukuthi ke uvele unalo ulwazi nokwazi ukusebenzisana ngale ndlela yama drugs.
Yebo kunjani.
Yes, that is so.
Thank you. That is before June 2022.
Kusho ukuthi
2021, apologies.
sikhuluma ngesikhathi ngaphambi kwale date ka June 2021.
Yebo kunjani.
Yes, that is correct.
Then, and at that time, you were also a detective or warrant officer, which is a senior position. Well, not too senior.
Ukusho ukuthi futhi ke kuyabonakala ukuthi wena lapho ke wawumphenyi osemkantshobomvu phakeme kodwa hayi kakhulu.
Warrant officer nje.
Just warrant officer.
Okay, no, thanks. But you would have had a fair amount of training in scenes and investigations.
Kodwa wawuqeqeshekile ukuthi ukwazi ukuthi uphenye ubhekisise kahle.
Yebo kunjani.
Yes, it is so.
Just ask a question on the back of that. In these other operations that you say you were involved with as an investigator, what role have you played in those operations?
Ulamanye ama-operation uthi la uthi nawo bombandana kena khona uphenyeni ngabe kahle kahle wawenzani ngqo yiphi indima uyithatha lapho?
Umuntu wayefike athole information yokuthi say yadayiswa kaMbele.
One will receive information
Ukuthi kuyadayiswa kudayiswa ama drugs kaMbele.
that drugs are being sold at Mbele's.
Bese applyela i-authority ukuthi uhambe uyothenga khona.
Then you'd apply for an authority to go and purchase.
Usunaye vele umuntu ozohamba uyothenga.
Uzomthola.
Umuntu ozohamba uyothenga ama drugs.
And then you'll get somebody who would go and make this purchase.
Bese musuyitholile leyo authority then busuyahamba umthumela umuntu ethi ahamba uyothenga ama drugs.
Once the operation has been given to me, then I'd go and get hold of that particular person who would go and buy the drugs.
Mayise wathengile bese siyabopha.
Ubopha kufaka esitolo.
Lo.
Yeah, after he had made the purchase, thereafter would arrest.
Ama drug dealer dealer le kuyona edayisile.
Arresting that particular dealer who has sold it.
Iwona ama cases amaningi esasiwenza ke lawo.
Those were among many cases that we were involved in.
So you were involved in setting up, I think it's commonly referred to as sting operations, where you would get somebody to go buy and then arrest and make an arrest.
Wena wawukhona lapha impela onentshume ama sting operation la ukuthi kwenziwe wawungene la.
Yebo kunjani.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I think earlier, either in response to the chairperson or Commissioner Malloy, you had cited an example of scenes or pasts that you were involved in. So I would just want to confirm you had been involved in similar drug seizures or pasts.
Uthi ke kubuyeleni kumbuzo bobuza uCommissioner Baloyi khulunywe ukuthi nasikhuluma ngamabhasi wazi kahle futhi wena ukuthi ukubhasta la mali kahle kahle kusho ukuthi bewuke wakwenza lokho.
Ngakazi.
I'd never done it.
Okay, let's then go back to your statement.
Ucela ke sibuyele ku statement sakho.
You go there. There seems to be confusion, the earlier answer and the answer given now. If warrant officer can just clarify this, has he ever attended a drug bust such as one involving containers or moving trucks as in vehicles? Sorry, my voice is a bit terrible. Has he ever attended to a bust where drugs were in a container or a large truck or something similar to that?
Ngathi ngabe singabuyela emuva khona la ngathandanga ukuzwakala kahle. Umbuzo nje oqondile ukuthi ngabe ngaphambilini wake waba khona kulama bus ama drugs aku container.
Angakazi.
There's another part, Commissioner, container end. Noma hanjiswa nge-truck.
Angakazi.
Never.
Or at a harbor?
Mhlambe la ngena khona imkhumbi
Angakazi.
kuma harbor. No.
I think where we were a bit, but perhaps there's an explanation to it, is where there's reference to the fact that you are an experienced investigator.
Yabona ikahle kahle lento ibuyela kakhulwini kulapha ukuthi ke wena umphenyi onolwazi olunzulu nesipiliyoni.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then, if we go to the date in question, I had requested to understand earlier on when you were going through it, that your interaction with the CI operative.
Eqaleni ke kuye kwafuna ukwazakala kahle ukuthi wena ukubandakanya kwakho ku operation la no CI lesikhuluma ngayo.
Had you've only worked with him once as well?
Ungabe uthi wasebenza naye kanye vo
Prior this operation.
prior to this operation.
Correct. And then now, in relation to this operation, I don't want to waste too much time. I think we can take it for granted that you are familiar with the national instruction and the relevant protocols around seizures and crime scenes.
Uthi ngeke asilokhu simoshi isikhathi kodwa futhi mhlambe ngabe wena uyazi kahle ukuthi umgomo ufune kulandelwe makusetshenziswana ngezinto ezinjengalezi nasefaka uprotocol uyawazi.
Ma overt operation, yes.
Kuma
Overt operation.
Yes, when it comes to overt operation, yes.
Can you clarify that?
Awuchaza usho ukuthini?
Ama overt operation ila, like for instance, bulawa umuntu, bulawa iphoyisa. Wonke umuntu uyazi lokho ukuthi bulawa iphoyisa.
An overt operation is an incident like when a police officer has been murdered. I take it, it's a well known by almost everybody that had transpired.
So more attenda isine njengaleyo uyazi ukuthi fanele wenze njani.
So if you are called upon to attend such a scene, I would know exactly what to do.
Yeah, nama armed robbery cases, scenes,
Such as armed robbery cases, scenes.
amacala angafihlekile la aziwe
Those are openly known cases which are not hidden. It's known.
kanti ama covert operations akwazi nombani ukuthi khona umsebenzi owenzayo ioperation oyenzayo.
But when it comes to covert operation, it's not known by many. What type of operation are you involved in?
Nama scenes akhona for sure akafani.
Even the scenes thereof are not similar.
Wa-attenda ngendlela ehlukene.
You attend to them differently.
Please explain that, why should what you do at the scene differ according to whether an operation is covert or overt?
Awuchaze ndoda, usho kanjani ukuthi kube khona umehluko kulama operation ku COVID nalenenye?
Ngizobeka nje i-typical example ye-covert operation.
I'll make this example when it comes to covert operation.
Uma uthole information ukuthi eposini, post office,
If you get an information about a post office,
kune parcel
if there is a certain parcel
elinama drugs,
containing drugs,
uyahamba ufike ulithathe
you go and seize it or take it,
bese ungalisi e-station esingaphansi kwaleyo post office.
then you'd not take it to the police station which is under the same jurisdiction as that post office,
Ngoba ubalekela ukuthi i-information ingaliki.
in avoidance of the leakage of information.
Sorry, Warrant Officer. I do not quite see why the destination of what you have seized has anything to do with how you handle the crime scene itself.
Ungaboni ukuthi-
Where the exhibit lands ultimately, to my mind, subject to your response, has nothing to do with how you handle the crime scene. Please make me understand. I'm not saying you are wrong. You know better. You are the expert, but it doesn't readily make sense to me.
Uyabona ukuthi impela hayi ukuthi kanjani kodwa ufuna ukwazi kahle ukuthi kahle uchaza ukuthini ukuthi njengoba ukhuluma ukuthi uhandlela kanjani ubamba kanjani ukwenza ukuthizeni uthi ngathi akaqondisisi kahle lapho ukuthi ufuna ukuthini.
Yeah, into engifuna ukubeka ukuthi ama-operation, i-covert operation
What I want to clarify is the covert operation
ne-overt operation
and the overt.
Overt
And the
operation.
overt operation,
awukusebenzi ngendlela efanayo.
the operations thereof are not the same.
Okunye kuba ku-public knowledge babone ukuthi no sekwenzekile ukuthi
One will be in the public knowledge, people will know what has happened.
You see, what the last thing you've said now explains the difference between the two,
Lokho qeda ukusho,
which is something that you've done already. And also the first thing you said, which is that you do not handle the crime scenes in the same manner. That too is already before us. You've told us that. I've asked you a question as to why it is that the ultimate destination of the exhibit has anything to do with the question, what's the difference between handling the crime scene in an overt situation and a covert situation? What's the difference, and why should there be a difference? And, in explaining that, what you said was the difference is with a covert operation, you take the exhibit to a police station outside of the jurisdiction of where the crime, or rather where the exhibit was retrieved. So I said, I don't quite see why that has anything to do with how you handle the crime scene itself. Where the exhibit lands ultimately, to me, has nothing to do with how you handle the crime scene itself. That's what my question is about.
Commissioner, with due respect, I'll try to summarize it. It was a bit long.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Mnewethu-ke ngizihangzo zami kodwa nawe uzwile okunye. Nasi sithi yathi yakufinqa nje ngokuthi uthi kahle kahle ukhuluma ngezinto ezimbili ukuthi manje akutholi kahle ukuthi yini lokhu khuluma ngomehluko ngoba kukhona la ufuna ukuthatha izinto uzise lapha ya impela kuba khona ukuthi kunani kunambambisana kuphi.
Maybe sorry,
Yes, maybe
let's
you can
start,
assist the
let's start.
commissioner,
Yes,
don't
yes. I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm
Yeah.
not saying you're wrong, I just want to break it down. You'll remember when I asked you the difference, or rather, why it is that, no. I asked, what's the difference
Ubuziwe ukuthi umehluko yini?
in the manner in which you handle crime scenes? The crime scene in respect of a covert offense and the crime scene in respect of an overt.
Ukuthi umehluko muphi obakhona mawubhekene nalo COVID noma ubhekene nalo overt. Nasu phenyisisa lapho.
And you said with a covert offense, operation, you retrieve the exhibit and you do not take it to the police station within which the area of retrieval falls.
Sithi ke ngo covert operation ushilo ukuthi ke naso ukuthathile lokho awukuse police station eseduze naleyo ndawo njenge post office la itholakale khona.
Yeah.
And instead, you take it to some other police station.
Bese lokho bese uthatha ukuyise kwenye police station kwenye indawo.
Ugise office la uzofika uregister khona kwi-13 yase office.
We first take it to the office where he's gonna get registered into SAPS 13.
But you said you take that exhibit to some other police station, not the one within which this police station falls.
Kodwa ushilo ukuthi ekugcineni uzoyithatha lokho okutholile ukuse kwenye office kwenye ndawo thizeni
Yes.
hayi lela
Ayi kwenye police station. Ukuthatha kuleyo ndawo leyo bese uyisa e-office lakho la uzofika ukungene uku-entarishe kwi-register.
usukushilo lokho.
Yes.
Ya kodwa ekugcineni bese ukuthatha kusaphi.
Ekugcineni what do you mean?
Angidazi from office ina kusakhona kusakhona.
Ukuthatha ukise lab.
Oh, no, actually, it happens like this. We could go to your office, designated office where you register it in SAPS 13. Thereafter, you'll take it to the lab.
Okay, I will not belabor that and will not make any further follow-up. The point is, this takes me back to the question I asked. What is the difference in the manner in which you handle the crime scenes in respect of the two types of operations?
Bisela ke kuleyo mbuzo eqalwe kuwona ukuthi kahle kahle umehluko yini obakhona kulezi zinto ezimbili ku crime scene ngendlela osebenza ngakhona.
Uba mncane kakhulu.
It's minimal.
Kwi-crime scene le overt yonke into uyenza openly abantu
The
bebuka.
crime scene of the covert or overt?
Overt.
Of the overt, you just do things there and there openly. Anybody can take a view thereof.
Kanti kwi-crime scene le ye covert noma abantu bekhona usheshe ukuphuthumise ukiso ukubeka kwenye indawo ukuze kungalikhi information izifike kumuntu okuyena ofuna ukugcina umbophile.
When it comes to the other one, COVID, even if people are present, you will endeavor or will try to swiftly move this so that it could not, the information should not leak.
Leak information kuma suspects.
It would not leak to the suspects.
And you do that regardless of the nature of what's being retrieved. You just you come in, you grab whatever it is, and you whisk it away immediately, whatever its nature. Is that what you are saying?
Uchaza ukuthi akukhathalekile ukuthi inhloboni yezinto etholakale lapho. Uzokwenza ngayo leyo ndlela. La ufika masishana uthi tutu uhambise.
Angisho njalo.
I do not say so.
Ayinoma yini.
No, I do not say that.
The more you try to explain, the more you get me confused, warrant officer.
Uthi ngalokho uzama ukuthi uyachaza, uthanda ukusidida ingqondo la wena warrant.
Into engisho ukuthi ama-crime scenes angenza ukuthi kube into ecishe.
Yes, the crime scenes are sort of somehow similar.
Kodwa khona ezinye izinto ongekuzenze kuma scenes a covert operation ongazenza kuma overt operations.
But indeed, there are some of the functions that you would not perform on one, but do that on the other.
I can ask you a lot more questions around this, warrant officer, but we have heard a lot of evidence already from quite a number of your colleagues, some much senior than you, and we have a fair understanding of how crime scenes are handled. We are close to being experts ourselves now in the area. So I will, even though I'm still confused by your answers, I will just simply leave it there in the interest of time.
Uyabona indeed ayisekhona la emqondweni la ekhaya kodwa ngenxa yokuthi banengi lokhu bangena la abanye bakhulu kuwe ikhundla zabo iphakemba sebechazile kabanzi cishe nathi sesazi kakhulu ngalento ukuthi kusebenzeka kanjani kodwa soyeka lapha noma kusasikhona indida ethizeni emqondweni wethu.
Of course I'm not serious when I say that we ourselves are close to being experts in the area.
Ndoda ungathathi ngathi sisikhuluma iqiniso kwesinye isikhathi siyadlala nje sithi hayi sesinolwazi olubanzi hayi asisebenzi lapho thina kodwa sesukuzwile okuthizeni. Understood?
As a follow-up to this, the difficulty with what you are explaining, the difference between covert and overt operations leading to how you treat sins differently. The difficulty with that is there is a national instruction that says that you must enter, for example, you must enter exhibits at the police station within which the crime occurred. And that instruction does not distinguish covert and overt operations.
Yabona ke kukhona impela kunye la esingathi asikuzwakala. La kunomgomo ufuna ukulandela. Obhalwe kuyo yonke indawo ukuthi noma kukuphi la nawusebenza ngalezi zinto. Ufuna kwenze njani? Ukuthi lezi zinto ufuna ukuyithatha ngendlela thizeni. Hayi ukuthi bakhona umehluko kodwa ukhuluma ngathi wena umehluko bakhona.
Ngiyezwa.
I do understand.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners, and I think that was, my follow-up question was the reference to the national instruction about crime scene management, and I don't want us to go to a further debate on it. Safe to put it to you in this fashion that it says something, it doesn't, it basically, it says that, if I may just read it, the principles of crime scene management and the different phases of handling a crime scene set out in this national instruction should be applied to any type of crime scene.
lokusibuyela kodwa siyayibona le ukuthi kahle kahle ngendlela okubekwe umgomo ngendlela efanele ilandelwe akushintshi kuyafana ngaso sonke isikhathi makube kufuneka kwenziwe kanje ngendlela efanele ilandelwe akushintshi.
Yes.
I hear.
And that national instruction must be complied with.
Futhi wena njengomsebenzi nobani kufuneka ulandele lo mgomo hayi ngaleyo nqubo kufanele noma kanjani ilandelwe.
Yes.
Yes, I hear.
Just a quick one, in terms of this national instruction, I could not distinguish or I could not locate this COVID and where can that be found, that distinction?
Uyabona nase sibheka umqulu lo kuthiwa national instruction akukho la kukhombisa khona izinto ezimbili lezokumehluko ukuthi le nale ngabe ngokwazi khona singayibona phi lo into ethi COVID no ovid.
Indlela bengibuka ngayo nangendlela besenza ngayo thina kaSanap.
Well, I would say it was the manner in which we operated in Sanap.
Akusho ukuthi ayi wrong.
Kusho ukuthi?
Kusho ukuthi ayi wrong.
It seems it was not correct.
Thank you, and as the chair had said that a lot of witnesses have come and said some of the things that happened at that scene were not in accordance with the national instruction, including your senior, Colonel Jacob. Do you want to comment?
Kusho ukuthi nasingathi siyakufinqa lokusukuhlanganisa kusobala ukuthi wena ngendlela nenze ngayo wena no Jacob lo azange ukulandela umgomo nenqubo. Ungathini ngalokho?
Uzokhumbula ukuthi uJacob wangicela ukuthi
We'll remember that I was requested by Jacob
ukuthi ngimsize
to assist him.
beno operative CI operative
He was with CI operative.
ekumsizeni kwami ngavuma kodwa ngingasebenzi ama drugs ngaleso sikhathi.
When I complied or agreed to assist him, yes, I was not working with the drugs.
Ngavuma ngoba ngifuna ukuthi ngiye kufunda ukuthi ama drugs I-operation enjengale we attenda kanjani.
I agreed to this because I wanted to gather experience as to how to handle such cases.
Ngoba angikakaze nangaphambilini ngi-attend.
Because I had never attended such before.
Warrant Officer, Mr. Skakane's question is whether you would dispute the fact that the crime scene on that day was not handled properly. Would you dispute that?
Umbuzo oqondile ngqo qhamuka kumne wethu Sikhakhane. Ukuthi uyavuma ukuthi ngaleli langa ngaleso sikhathi saleyo ndawo kwenziwa lolu phenyo azange kulandelwe indlela efanelekile.
Ngiyavuma.
I concede. I agree.
Thank you.
Can I just to clear something that I think is obvious from what you have said, but just to be certain. Colonel Jacob, when he called you to come and assist and you agreed, it was not because you have experience when you agreed to go. It wasn't because you have experience in these kind of drug busts. You agreed because you wanted to learn. You had no experience whatsoever. Did I hear you correctly?
Kwiqiniso uyavuma yini ukuthi kahle kahle unobangela ukuthi uvume ukuyoncedisa le ndoda. Hayi ukuthi ngoba unesipiliyoni uyakwazi ukusebenza. Kahle kahle bofuna uyofunda wena.
Yebo no.
Yes.
Nokusiza futhi.
And assist.
Yes. And the same with, I think it was Warrant Officer Sibia. He had no experience. He told us he had absolutely no experience. So you both were going to be learning on this operation.
Uyabona ke noSibiya lo useshilo la ukuthi naye abengalwazi. Kusho ukuthi siyanibhanga silobabili beningazi
Yebo,
dolo.
kunjalo. Yebo, kunjalo.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just before we get into too much detail, there's something I want to understand. You said you interacted with Duma, the CI operative, once.
Uthi ke wena kwabe kanye njena ukuthi ube mbandakanye kule operative.
Yebo, kunjalo.
Yes.
And then I just want to ask, in terms of this operation, when do you first learn of the information about these suspected drugs or container with drugs?
This particular one.
Yes.
Anasibuyele kuyo yona le ndaba esikhuluma ngayo lama drugs sikhuluma ngawo. Waqala nini nqa ukwazi noma ukuzwa ngalento?
Ngaleya ngomhla 22.
On the date of the 22nd?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Ngomhla 22.
On the very same day, the 22nd.
Okay. Now, the difficulty with that is that Captain Duma, who's that CI operative, testified and in his statement said he had discussed this information with you and Jacob prior to this date. Would you
Ubona
dispute
ke
that?
ikhona into ethanda ukucaka la. uDuma lo wafika la. Wachaza. Ukuthi kahle kahle ngaphambi kwaleli suku bese ke waxhumana nani ngalendaba.
Hayi, azange axhumane nami, waxhumana mhlambe noJacob. Mina ngaqala ukuthola ngomhla 22.
Not with me, maybe with Jacobs, because the first time I got to know about this was on the 22nd.
Do you want to please take us there, Mrs. Kakane?
Indeed, so I was, it's in the statement bundle, which you may not have readily available, but I will refer to.
All right, maybe let's, please continue with your questions. Perhaps we should please find it during the tea break, and then you can draw it to our attention.
Bebemcela ukuthi mhlambe nje bethu akwenzeka lokho angasikhombisa ukuthi kukuphi ukuthi kukhona kona kodwa asakhumbuli kahle kuthiwa ke hayi nasiyophuza itiye mhlamba ngakufuna akuthole lokho.
Okay.
If I may, Chair, I've got it from the transcript and which was quoting the statement. I can read it out for the record to save that time.
All right.
Uthi ke cishe kukhona la kubhalwe khona kuma transcript la bangakufunda mhlambe usokwazi ukuthi kungene la.
Can I read it? So,
Yes, please.
on his testimony of the 2nd of June 2026,
Uthi ke enkulumeni yakhe mhla ka2 kaJune 2026
he testified, and that is at page 138 of the transcript,
ku page 138 kuleyo into esibhaliwe transcript leyo
quoting his paragraph 15 of his recent statement to the commission.
ku paragraph 15 ku statement esokugcina senza la.
And it reads as follows.
Sithi
On 26 June 2022,
uthi ngomhla ka26 June 2020 which year
2022,
2022
I think it was just a mistake on that. I contacted Colonel Jacob, who was the unit commander. and
uthi
warrant
mhlawumbe kwaba
officer Banase.
iphutha lapho kodwa uthi wathintana no commander lo Jacobs.
Oh, Mr. Nkabinde, you should wait until Mr. Kakane is done talking. You spoke at the same time with him towards the end. We will have problems with
As the commissioner pleases.
with the transcription. Perhaps please repeat the last thing you said, Mr. Kakane.
He said, I contacted Colonel Jacob, who was a unit commander of, and then it was an indistinct unit, and warrant officer Pangase from TPCI Durban.
Uthi waxhumana nabo babili uJacobs lo noMpangasi.
I provided the intelligence that I had gathered and requested their assistance to conduct an inspection of the commodity
uthi ke wasesho ukuthi ke kukhona kutholile ucela uncedo lokuthi kulungisa uyobheka leyo ndawo
on one of the containers that were suspected of being used to smuggle 27 kilograms of cocaine at CHC container depot.
uthi ke kukwenye ama-container ukuthi ayequkethe amagrama awu-27 cocaine.
And then further down, it says, prior to providing this intelligence, I had communicated to both of them and highlighted that there might be a container with a shipment of drugs that they need to assist with in conducting the search.
Ngaphambilini ke vele kwalokhu wasekushilo ukuthi ke kune container ephethe lama drugs.
And assist with.
Wathi ucela uncedo.
And then lastly, it says, whilst I was still following up on intelligence gathering, I requested them to be on standby as I will request their assistance.
Uthi wathi nase sahlanganisa konke lokho kwakuthola ke wathi nihlinde lapho nike ku standby uzokwazi ukuthi nanithinta azosithola lo ncedo.
Mina ngikhumbula ukuthi ngomhla ka-22 ngathi sathola information ngomhla mina ngathola information through uJacob.
What I remember is that I personally received that information on the 22nd day
Ngiyithola kuJacob
from Jacob.
ukuthi sizofonelwa CI operative.
That CIA was going to phone us.
In information kanje. In information kanje.
You, Mr. Nkabinde, you must be steeped in American spooks and all that. It's CI, not CIA.
Oh, did we say? To my extreme apology. Lalela ke ndoda ayi cishe lokho kwaphuma le ku Trump ndoda kungena la iqondo asithi CIA sikhuluma ngo CI. Yangisho bengisalungisa lokho ngenza iphutha mina ngo sikhuluma ngo CI.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was just indicating whether that was
Thank you.
sufficient, Chair, to
Thank
cover
you.
the point.
Are you done with the explanation, warrant officer?
Yebo.
Ngabe soqedile ngokuncazelo yakho?
Yebo.
Yes.
Yes, Mrs. Kakane. Perhaps let's take the adjournment at this stage if that's fine with you.
Indeed, Chair.
And come back at 11:30. Let's adjourn.
Sumane sibuye khona manje.
Yes, Mrs. Kakani.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I just want to finish off a few questions on the morning of the 22nd of June.
Aqedelele nje ngosuku loka 22 ekseni. Kuqhubeka lapho.
If you look at paragraph 3 of your statement,
Paragraph 3 statement.
the last sentence you refer to 7 to 8 kilograms of cocaine.
Now there are ekugcineni ngathi uyasho ukuthi kungaba 7 to 8 kilograms of cocaine.
And Jacob and Sbia and everyone that has come before the commission referred to 27 kilograms.
Jacob must be a serious square but come on. The commissioner
27.
27 kilograms. 27 kilograms.
Yebo.
Yes.
Which one is correct according to your recollection?
Anginaso isiqiniseko noma mhlambe ngiyaphambanisa mina ngoba ngenzeka ukuthi kule information yokuqala kwaba u7 to 8 kilograms kwakuthiwa usecontaineni. So angisenaso isiqiniseko
I'm
noma.
not sure if I am mistaken. But I am not sure if I am mistaken. But if I recall, the first container contained 7.
Kungenzeka ukuthi
It is possible, this is probable.
information esayitholayo
Kungenzeka ukuthini?
information esayitholayo ukuthi icontainer iphet ina 7 to 8 kilo ngenzeka I'm not sure.
It is possible that that is the information which was provided to us, that the container had 7 or 8 kilograms.
So ngenzeka ukuthi ngiyaphambanisa.
But I could be mistaken.
Just to make sure that I understand, so the 7 to 8 kilograms that you refer to, that number exists. It's not a mistake on this statement.
Ngabe uzwa kahle yini ukuthi le 7 no 8 okhuluma ngayo hayi ukuthi into uthatha nje emoyeni vele khona into enjengaleyo.
Ya ngenzeka ukuthi kwaba information yale ya container leya.
It is possible that that was an information pertaining to that particular container.
And when was that?
Kwakunini lokho?
Ile esayinikezwa CI operative.
That was given to us by the CI
before.
operation initially,
Before this one.
before this one.
Is that prior to the 22nd?
Phambi kwangomhla ka 22.
Yebo.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
When you say before, what are you referring to?
Na uthi ngaphambi kwalokhu uchaza ukhomba kuphi usho ukuthini?
Khona information CI operative yayisinikeze yona ye container.
Is
There
that-
was an
is-
information which CI provided to us about the container.
Is that about the container which was found not to have any narcotics?
Ngabe usho ngale container yatholakala inganalutho.
Yebo, sure,
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, I'd like to refer you to your statement, your earlier statement. Perhaps it can clarify matters.
Uzokuphindisela kuse statement sakho siphambilini kuzokwazi ukuthi ucacise kahle lapho.
If I may, Chair, and the witness, it's file 2 of the exhibit files.
File 2, exhibit 5,
CJC 244,
CJ 244,
CJC 244.
CJC
244.
244.
It's part of the statements,
Kuyingxenye
the inquiry.
yaleso statement esiphathelana noluphando.
What's written on the spine?
On the spine.
File,
It's exhibit bundle, Chair. File 2. Page 656.
Page 656.
Can you confirm if this is your statement?
Yeah,
And at 658, it bears your signature, and the date of the statement is 23 November 2021. You confirm?
yeah,
And then if you go particularly on this point at paragraph 2, it refers to 27 kilograms.
yeah,
Okay. And this was obviously at the time when your mind was still fresher.
yeah.
oh, sorry, you forget your mic, Mr. Nkavinde. Maybe just keep it on if we're
Yes.
not running into any technical problem, just keep it.
Awuthi ngiphinde ke ndoda lokhu sichaba ngizange sacifeza la. Kufanele izwi lami linge kulokhu ukuthi njoba ke lapho ingqondo yakho beyisakhumbula kahle konke okubhaliwe. And kuyasho lapha ukuthi kukhulunywa ngamalento 27 amalento.
Yeah.
Yes.
So in this statement, the new one, there could just be that mistake about the reference,
Masiya ngale statement
just for your benefit.
Just repeat that.
I'm saying just for your benefit that we clarify that point.
Ukuthi ke ukwazi ukuthi nawe ukromule kulokho kuyakhombisa ukuthi akubonakala ukuthi kungabe khona umuntu wenza iphutha.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Please put that not away, but we'll refer to it later on. And perhaps while we're on that statement,
Mawulokhu ubheke leso statement
what did you rely on in making the statement?
wawuthembele kuphi umnyombo yokuthi ubhale le statement?
SAP statement.
Which one?
The one in November 2021, your initial statement for the inquiry.
Lesokuqala ngazi no 2021.
Ingqondo yayise fresh
My mind was still fresh
nokuthi ngangisakhumbula.
and I was still remembering.
And had you not made notes
Nama notes,
Zange ubhala ama notes.
nama notes.
and your notes?
There are notes.
And those notes were filed.
Afakwa ufile.
Yebo, kunjalo.
Yes.
Thank you. Then if we go back to the morning of the 22nd, of the 22nd,
Nasi ekuseni ngomhla ka-22.
there's an issue, what I'm interested in a bit is, you say that in relation to Sbia, who was not, I think we have established, and he's indicated himself, testified that he was not in narcotics But I just need to understand from paragraph 4, you say, this is now in the current statement, you say that it is you that suggested Warrant Officer Sibiya to Jacob.
Kuyabonakala-ke ukuthi la into esifuna ukuthi angene ayizwe kahle. Usibiya lo wayengekho engasebenzi kuma-narcotics naye kulezi. Kodwa nasibheka lapha paragraph 4, nguwena othe nangu umuntu ongeza.
Kunjalo.
Yes, it's so.
And on what basis were you suggesting him?
Kwenzeka kanjani lokho? Kuphi okwenza ukuthi ube nomdlandla ukumfaka?
Ingenxa yokuthi ngangazi ukuthi uKenneth Jacob akazwani nenye nalegengele enye kanti futhi uSibiya sasiclose naye futhi.
It's because I had the knowledge that Jacobs was not in good terms with others. And secondly, Sibiya was the one who was very close with me.
Would it not have been prudent, though, because it's a matter, it's not about who gets along with who, it's a matter of conducting an operation to get someone with more knowledge?
Awuboni ukuthi kwakumqondo ohluzekile lowo ukuthi ungathatha umuntu ngoba hawu hey ibhadi lami lo ngiyazana naye kahle ukuthi uthole umuntu owazi kahle ngalomsebenzi.
Ababekhona abawazi umsebenzi babengazwani no Lieutenant Jacob. So umuntu owafika emqondweni wami ngaleso sikhathi uyena uSibiya.
Yes, indeed. There were people who were better qualified or experienced in regards with this type of job.
By that, do you mean those who were available were only Captain Mbele and Colonel Moodley? Because those are the only people you said did not relate well with Colonel Jacob.
Uyabona ke uyichazile phambilini ukuthi abantu bebengazwani kahle bangathelelana amanzi ilo Moodley nalo munye kusho ukuthi sikhuluma ngabantu ababili kuphela ababengazwani naye.
Isizathu sokuthi ngingaba approach laba abanye ingenxa yokuthi basebenza ngaphansi komuntu kwabantu abangazwani no.
The other reason that I did not consider these others is because they were working under the supervision of the people who were not in good terms with Jacobs.
About the relationship between Colonel Jacob and whoever Warrant Officer Sibiya reported to?
Iliphi ulwazi olaziyo phakathi kwalo Jacobs noSibiya mayelana nalento esikhuluma ngayo?
Babe abantu aba right.
They were?
Babe right bezwana.
They had a good relationship. They were right, if I quote verbatim.
Okay.
Just to understand generally and to assist, so was it more important that you get people who with knowledge, well, people who with less knowledge than to perhaps upset Jacob?
Wabona ukuthi kunokuthi uthukuthelise lo ndoda wathi kungcono ngithathe laba noma bangazili abanganalwazi lubanzi ngoba ngifunda lona kwade.
Into yafika kumina emqondweni ukuthi uKenneth Jacob akazwani nabantu abathizeni so kuzofunakala kube khona umuntu azomdinga umuntu ongenayo inkinga naye.
Well, it was in my midst of knowledge that there are people who were not in good relationship with him, so he was going to rather have somebody who did not have any bad blood with.
Ngase ngiyamsuggesta kuyena Lieutenant Colonel Jacob ukuthi ukhona uSibiya.
I then recommended or suggested to Jacob that spear was available,
Wayesethi akanankinga na.
and he never had any qualms about it.
There's a particular version that Jacob had in his statement of, and perhaps you'll correct me if I read it wrongly, of 9 November 2021, and it appears in that file that we had, file 2, at page 589.
Kukhona ke enye indlela uJacob lo ayibeke ngakhona ku statement sakhe sakumhla ka 9 November 2021 ku page
89,
589.
under CJC 243.
Under CJ283, ayibiza
Yeah,
number.
ngikulona manje page.
Sorry.
Yes, at the bottom there, page 589.
Ezansi lapho emaphethelweni ekugcineni kwephepha lelo,
At paragraph 4,
paragraph 4.
in this statement, and this was in relation to the Potchefstroom case after the theft,
Kwakhulunywa ke ngayi case le yase Potchefstroom ehambisana nama narcotic.
he says, I decided that we needed another member to assist and asked Warrant Officer Mpangase to speak to Captain KG Sbiya, then Warrant Officer who was under my command.
Uthi ke wasebona ukuthi kufanele umunye umuntu ozosinceda ezobanceda bona wasekhuluma ke you spoke with Mpangase, am I correct?
Yes, and asked Warrant Officer Mpangase to speak to KG Sbiya.
Uthi wasecela uMpangase ukuthi akhulume no KG Sbiya.
Akwenzekanga kanjalo.
That did not happen that way.
So Colonel Jacobs was untruthful with the commission and under oath when he said he asked you to go and find out if Warrant Officer Sbiya was available. He was being untruthful.
Kusho ukuthi ufuna ukuthi ukhuphuza amanga alihlaza mayethi wakutshela ukuthi ufuna Sbiya.
Yeah, ngenzeka.
It is possible.
Ngenzeka ukuthi mhlambe wayengasakhumbuli kahle.
Ngenzeka ukuthi
Wayengasakhumbuli kahle.
possibilities that he was not remembering well.
Yeah, the other possibilities, he was just being plain untruthful.
Kodwa futhi kungenzeka ukuthi hamba amanga.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. That's the clarity. So your version, and I think he did testify to the fact that he was the one that requested that you speak to Sbiya in his testimony. But we then have to move from there.
Hayi sizoqhubeka kodwa njengoba esho ukuthi washo njalo yena ngawakhe amagama.
Hayi, anjalo.
Yes, it was not that way.
Now, you know, I think earlier we then corrected, or you did confirm that we know that it was 27 kilograms of cocaine that you are to engage in an operation in relation to.
Kusho ukuthi ke sesitholile ukuthi buwazi nawe ukuthi ama kilogram le cocaine awu 27 kwakuzofuneka ukuthi uqhubeke ngeoperation ngawo.
Yeah.
Yes.
And in terms of planning, what was the plan around this operation?
Masikhuluma ke ngokuplana ukuthi malungiselelo. Kwakuplanwe kanjani qhubeka la phambili ngale operation?
Kwangekho plan.
There was no plan in place.
And at this time, you reported to Colonel Jacob.
Ngaleso sikhathi wawusa reporta ku Colonel Jacob.
Gangi-reporter ku Lieutenant Colonel Hlongwa.
I was reporting under Lieutenant Colonel Hlongwa.
And did you inform him about this operation?
Wamazisa yena uHlongwa ngale operation?
Angizange ngimazise.
I did not.
And then perhaps before we go there, there's a version about you contacting Newswa. And I think how was your interaction with Newswa?
Kukhona ke into esizwile ukuthi kwaba khona ukuxhumana kwakho noNyusa.
Perhaps let me
Wathini?
rephrase. Perhaps let me rephrase.
Oh, tuzayibeka ngenye indlela.
How regular was your contact with Brigadier Newson?
Uthi wawujayele kangakanani? Kwakuvamile noma kungavamile yini ukuthi uxhumane uthintane noNyusa?
Sasingathintani naye njalo.
It was not that regular.
Ngangimthinta manginesidingo kuphela.
I would only consult with him when there was a need.
Then I must ask, why was there a decision to contact Brigadier Newson in this specific case and not your superior?
Manje athi sibuze kule ndaba esiqhumene ngayo. Yini into yakwenza ukuthi uthintane naye uNyusa ungathinti lo ophansi kwakhe?
Angikhumbuli.
Sorry, sir. Mr. Skakan, did you suggest that it was Warrant Officer Mpangase who contacted Brigadier Nyeso?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Perhaps maybe we must ask to verify. I think I see and I understand. Chair.
Please.
On the date, did you speak to Brigadier Newson
Ngalolu
operation.
Sorry, carry on.
About this operation?
Ngalolu suku wathintana waxhumana naye uNyusa mayelana nale operation?
Angikhumbuli.
I do not recall. But I was ucela kuye ku file to page 589. Bese akubuza lo mbuzo.
Yes, paragraph 3, the highlighted portion.
Uparagraph 3 lapho uyayibona kukhona
on-
ukudwetshiwe ukuthi ibonakale ngokuqama.
Yebo ngiyayibona.
Do you see, Warrant Officer, this is Colonel Jacobs's statement. He says, I told him to get back. I told him I would get back to him, that is Duma, and called Warrant Officer Mpangase to find out his availability. He indicated that he was aware of the situation by Captain Duma and he was sensitized about Captain Duma's reservations about utilizing other members of the unit. I told him, I assume this means you, that I was on leave, but I was willing to book on duty if the provincial commander gave permission to do so. He said he would brief Brigadier Nyusa of the situation and get back to me. A short while later, he called me and indicated that he has spoken to the Brigadier and that all was in order with regards to me booking on duty to follow up on this information.
Mina wethu ke ufundwe ngesilungu la. Mawufuna ngichazele ngibofuna ngifunde konke kodwa makuba ukulandele ungazi
Ngiyakubona.
kuzwe kahle.
Yeah.
Yes, I do follow.
Perhaps the question is, did you have that discussion with Colonel Jacobs? And did you, following the discussion with him, then have a discussion with Brigadier Nyusa about Colonel Jacobs booking himself in on the day?
Angikhumbuli.
I do not
Angikhumbuli.
remember.
Does I do not remember mean it may have happened, you just don't have a memory of it, or no, nothing like that happened?
Mawuthi angikukhumbula uchaza ukuthini? Kuthi akuzange kwenzeke lokho noma hayi kungenzeka ukuthi kwenzeke kodwa akukhumbuli nje.
Ukuba wakhuluma kanje ngabe ngiyakukhumbula.
If he had uttered those words or said that, I would be in a position to remember.
Ngoba inkinga yokuthi ngingakukhumbuli kungani yena njengomuntu omphathi angakhulumi nomunye umphathi athumele mina.
Yeah, somehow complex here because really there's one question which arises. Him being a commander, or why does he not communicate directly with somebody who is in par with him, same position? Why then he communicate with me?
Inkinga yami leyo.
That is my main problem.
So should we accept your answer to be nothing of sorts happened? You did not speak to Nyuswa about Colonel Jacob booking onto
Ngifuna
duty?
sikwamukele ukuthi kahle kahle uthi wena ayikhona uzange ukhulume noNyuswa.
Hayi akufiki emqondweni wami ukuthi ngakhuluma noBrigadier Nyuso.
Now, that does not come into my mind that I did speak to Jacob.
Thank you.
Brigadier Nyuso.
To you, so not to Jacob.
Unyuswa mnoyoyithi. Hayi Jacob. Hayi Jacob, unyuswa.
Unyuso, yeah.
Yes, you're talking Nyuswa.
I will just beg an indulgence to refer to Nyuswa's statement. I know that file is not there, but I seem to recall that he confirms that he received a call from Warrant Officer Mpangase. But I'll just get that specific reference.
Uthi ngathi uyakhumbula ndaweni thizeni ngathi uthi uyasho ukuthi uyavuma ukuthi wayithola ucingo liqhamuka kulento. Umpangase from Mpangase?
Yes.
Yeah, from Mpangase. Uthi uyakhumbula ukuthi walithola.
Okay. Then there's the three of you, and I won't go further into it. You then go and fetch Jacob ultimately.
Wagcina ke sohambile uyomlanda uJacob.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes.
And Jacob himself testified, and I'll just get that specific reference, that this also was a big operation. He had not been involved in such a big operation. Do you, I suppose you can't refute that at this point. You wouldn't know.
Ungeke uzuphikise lokho ukuthi vela zanga.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is correct.
Then you went and met, so it's the three of you. You then go meet Captain Duma.
Nina ke nobathathu nase nihamba niyodibana noDuma.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes.
Now, you know that there's this, how to handle the crime scene and all of this. What measures did you, or what, you said there was no plan when you were initially talking to Jacob and Spear, but now you've got a briefing session at a garage. Was there no discussion about getting exhibit bags, how the scene is going to be managed, who was going to be in charge? Can you just elaborate on that?
Uyakhumbula ukuthi uthe wena hayi kwakungana plan ekhona la. Kodwa nasenehlangana lapha egarage la nathintana ngamakhanda nibonisana. Usho ukuthi lapha kuko kwasho ukuthi ubani ozokwenza ukuthize lo yenze kanjani azange kube khona ucaciselana lapha.
Akuzange kube khona.
No, there was none.
Okay. So none of you thought perhaps you should call the LCRC?
Akekho phakathi wenu wacabanga ukuthi mhlambe kuyofuneka ukuthinta uLCRC.
Akekho.
No one.
Okay. And then you proceeded to the warehouse, and I don't think there's much to deal with there other than to perhaps ask this. You say that Jacob, Lieutenant Colonel Jacob, assigned you to take notes of the search.
Lapho ke sesiniqhubekile nalapha akukho kunike singakhuluma kodwa ke kuyezwakele ukuthi ke uJacob wasethi wena ufuna ukuthatha ama notes message. Yes.
And when was this now? Because obviously there was no planning prior, but now when does Jacob then assign these roles? And we know that he assigned other roles to Spear.
Imbuzo ukuthi ke njoba uChebe bekungana plan yayikhona manje kwenzeka nini la bese akwazi ukuthi akutshele ukuthi ufune kwenze njani.
Sesisedepo.
When we were at the depot.
And then he took charge. Naturally, he said he took charge, or everyone just followed him as the senior person.
kusho ukuthi lapho kwase kuba uye unqoshishilizi osephethe konke ashoyo ukuthi kwenziwa njani.
Kunjani?
Yes.
And now and obviously he was off duty, now he booked himself on duty. What was your understanding? Was your understanding that he was then going to continue with the operation, being in charge?
Lo muntu off. Duku sebuyile uyasifaka emsebenzini. Kuwe kwathini kusho ukuthi usazoqhubeka lokho ephethe a controller lo mphethe.
Yebo kunjani.
Yes, it is like that.
Chair, perhaps before I forget, in relation to the statement, just for your notes, about Nyusa, it's in his statement at page 8, paragraph 26, where he references the discussion with Warrant Officer Mpangase.
Utshela ke umphathi ukuthi abheke ku page 8 lapho kwakhulunywa nawo uMpangase.
Mr. Skakane, because it's not in one of the files that we have, is it not better to flight it? At least we can look at it on the screen.
I'll request that it be done, yes.
Kuthiwa ke kuzoba ngcono bayibeke lapha sokwazi sonke ukubona kukhulunywa ngani lapha phezulu.
Sorry, Mr. Skakane, are you not able to move on to something else that will not require flighting, perhaps, so we continue, we don't have to have a stand down?
I think that's how I was saying, perhaps let's just note it down and then
All right, yeah,
But I
please
think-
continue so long then.
Sizama siqhubeke ngokunye sisalokhu silinde lokhu ukuthi kulungiswe.
Then,
It looks like, yeah, our screens have come back on. Thank you, thank you.
I think, Chair, let me take your point, otherwise we delay some 2 minutes here. That's,
Is what we have in front of us not what you
no,
wanted
it's
to
not what,
take us to?
yeah,
Oh,
no,
all right,
no, it's
okay,
not.
all right.
He's
let's do
got
that.
several statements, but he does mention that. But
I was just referring into that paragraph of his statement.
Okay,
Just to-
sike saqhubeka ngalokho ya.
Just to move, just to move then to the depot, right? You get there and obviously everyone was assigned a particular role and your role was to take notes of the search.
Asiyeni ke lapha ke Deco. Wonke umuntu besayazi ukuthi yini indima yakhe efuneka ayenze. Njengoba nawe kwase kwaziwa ukuthi kufuneka wenzeni.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Jacob, perhaps let me ask it differently. Jacob was in charge and took decisions.
Sibe kanjeni uJacob uye wayempathi lapha esho ukuthi kufuneka kwenziwe kanjani. Yes.
Did you question him about some of his decisions?
Ngabe khona la wathi hey ndoda lezi ezinye izinto umbuzo ukuthi kwenza kanjani lokho khona ukwambuza mhlawumbe into ecishe njengale.
Cha.
No.
And then you open the container. I'll skip some of the things. When you opened the container, it seems that everyone says the same thing. 27 bags, rather, were in the container and that were offloaded.
Kunya sibuye eceleni kodwa nasuvula i-container la kunjalo yini kwakunama bag ikhwama eziku-27.
Yeah, but when
Yes.
And then there's just on this point, one question about the decision to transport the exhibits. Now we've got them as exhibits and the applicable and certain prescripts would apply. Yes. Okay, so I'm saying now we've got these exhibits
Sesinawo ke lama exhibit manje.
and the relevant prescripts would then apply.
Nokuthi sekuzobhalwa kukhonjiswe ukuthi yini kusekuzobonakala manje. Yes.
Now, there's a decision that the exhibits must be transported to Isipingo.
Kwase kuba khona isinqumo sokuthi lezi exhibit funeka ithathwe ihanjiswe isiwe eSiphingo.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Jacob has come and said he took that decision.
Jacob yena ufikile la uthi uye wathatha leso sinqumo.
Akunjalo.
No, it is not.
Who took the decision?
Ubani weza leso sinqumo?
uJacob wafonela e-province. Ushithi wafonela uNyusu.
Wafonela bani?
Ubrigadier uNyusu.
Jacob's phone Brigadier Musa at province
Emchazela ngesimo esasibhekene naso ngaleso sikhathi.
and took him through the situation which we were faced with at that particular time.
So
Sorry, we're not talking about the removal to Isipingo. This,
Kuthiwa ufune sibeyazi ukuthi sikhuluma ngokuhanjiswa kwalezi zinto.
kukhulunywa it's about moving them from the depot to Isipingo.
Sikhuluma ngokususa edepot lezi zinto siziya eSiphingo.
yeah.
Yes.
Is that what you are addressing, warrant officer?
Ngabe uphendula leyo nto?
Bengaphenduli.
No, I was not.
I could tell.
Uthi uzibonile ukuthi hayi umpapathekile ushonele kodwa ke siseshe ukutholile.
Uyena wathatha i-decision.
He's the one who took the decision.
He being Jacob.
Usho ukuthi uJacob. Yes.
And did he consult any of you about this decision?
Ngabe ukhona owamthinta emtshela ngale decision?
Cha.
No.
And did you find it, you didn't find anything untoward about the decision?
Wena ngokwakho awukho kwakuthinta kwakuthusa ngale sinqumo.
Lutho.
Nothing.
Chair, I won't belabor the point, I think around that it has been dealt with and what Jacobs conceded himself. Then let's move to Isipingo, where the exhibits are taken.
Before you do that, let's look at your paragraph 10
Bheka paragraph 10 lapho
of the statement,
statement
the current statement.
samanje.
Page 2, you're there.
Page 2 fikile lapho?
Yep,
Page 2.
yep.
Yes.
Yes. In that statement, you say that you recorded the names of people present on the scene. Among those that I had noted were Sergeant Mkize, Governor Kuzwayo, who were present during the search of the container. Is that correct? Were these 3 police officers present during the search?
Wena ke ngokuya kwakho ubhalise ukuthi kwaba khona labantu abathathu uMkhize no Governor no Khuzwayo. Yilabo bantu abathathu labo?
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is. So
What did they do during that search, according to you?
ngokuya kwakho njengoba kuphenywa lapho kuseshwa bebenzani bona?
Babe khona bebuka ngangathi sisebenza.
They were just around there observing while we were working.
Yes. You see, these 3 officers have deposed to affidavits, which are before they have statements which are before the commission. We've also had the evidence of Colonel Jacobs, who in the end, their testimony, the 4 of them say, these were called after you had unloaded the bags from the container, they were called to provide transport to go to Isipingo police station. That's when they were brought in to come and help take these to Isipingo. They were not part of and did not observe the search.
Uyabona ke ndoda kukhona into incwadi eyabhala iaffidavit incwadi efungelwe ukubhaliswa eyabhaliswa yilabo uJacob naye unasesho la nasechaza la uthi laba bantu abathathu bekhona la nivele ukuthi bazokwazi ukuthi bancedise ukuhambisa to transport, am I right?
Yes.
Yeah, bazokwazi ukuncedisa ukuthi bahambise lezi zinto kuyale. Hayi ukuthi bebela ngoba bazoncedisa ukusesha ukuphenya.
Babe khona. Into engayibhala phansi le yabantu ababe khona beobserve.
They were present. This is what I have noted and written in my statement, that
Yes.
they were observing there.
Yes, maybe, yes, you have written it in your statement. I can see it, I'm reading it. That's not the issue, whether it's written or not. The issue is whether they were there to be part of the operation or to transport, just to provide transport, because they were busy with their own operation. That's what they tell us in their statements. They were there for their own operation, not as part of your operation. Then they get called. Once you've taken the bags out, they were asked to come and help transport because they had the correct transport for it to go to Isipingo, to carry these bags, not what you're saying.
Sorry.
Sorry, you can carry on, Mr.
Uyakubona ubhalile impela lokho kushoyo. Kodwa kuzwakele kahle kuchazwe yibona ukuthi babezisebenzela wabo umsebenzi ndawo thizeni kodwa ngoba bebenendlela noma into yokwazi ukuthi ilayishe lo mthwalo. Into efanelekile ukulayisha lo mthwalo. Yikho babizwa ukuthi bazokwenza lokho. Kwakuyileyo nje kuphela into bezwe ukuncedisa ukuhambisa, hayi ukuthi babe yiphathi kule operation.
Commissioner Baloyi, into engayi ukuthi ngabhala phansi kwi-note phansi ukuthi abantu ababe khona osibanibani osibanibani. Nje mase ngiqeda ngiyobhala kwi-diary ngaphinde ngayitransfer leyo information ngayifaka kwi-diary ngase ngibhala i-statement sokuthi abantu ababe khona osibanibani osibanibani.
Commissioner Baloyi, I did indeed put this on my notes After that, transferred it to diary, and later put it into my statement that those people were there, present, observing.
Yes. I don't think it makes it truthful that you wrote it in your diary and in your statement. I now want to read for you what one of them says. And I've told you all three of them have submitted statements, and Colonel Jacob as well. He started out saying they were part of the operation and ended up conceding that they were just there to provide transport.
Uyabona ngempela labantu bazile bakhuluma naye uJacob washo ukuthi ngempela laba bantu kakhulu ingqikitha yelo daba labo bakhona lapha ukuthi bancede ngokuthi yokuhambisa transport.
Yebo bona babizwa sebehambile after sebebonile.
Imake mina ukuthi babizwa sebehambile ubani ohambile ubani babizwa
Bona omkhize benogavenda. Babizwa sebehambile ukuthi bazosiza.
Bebekhona bahamba babizwa futhi.
Yes.
What actually happened, they were there, they left, and they were recalled to come back to assist.
Yes, that's another issue I was going to take with you. You are the only one who says that, but let me read what Govender says. Govender says, Sergeant Govender says, on that date, I'm told I should refer you to page 627. We can read it together, file 2.
627,
File 2.
52. Where do show lento show? Bona uzofundela ukuthi bayibeka ngayiphi le ndlela bona.
Okay. So you see, I want you to go to paragraph 3 rather, but it starts at paragraph 2 where he explains he was on duty on the 22nd of June 2021. He was posted as a driver of a marked state motor vehicle, conducting container inspections at the CHC and ICS depots. And then he says, whilst busy with container inspection at the CHC depot, which is where we know that this container was found, I was approached by 2 other police officials dressed in civilian attire. They identified themselves as Lieutenant Colonel Jacob from the DPCI and another Captain Duma from Crime Intelligence. They had inspected, so when they approached him, they had already inspected container number and had identified some black canvas bags that allegedly had cocaine in them. Sergeant Mkize and I were requested to assist with loading these bags into our vehicle and in conveying them to Isipingo SAP. And then in paragraph 5, he says this is what they did. They then loaded the bags and then counted them, and they proceeded to Isipingo. So the same with Mkize and the other one that were there. They give the same story. Colonel Jacobs, like you, started off by saying they were part of the inspection, like you, and ended up accepting that, in fact, yes, they were approached to come and provide transport. They were not part of the inspection. So if you insist and you want to rely on your pocketbook, your diary, and your statement, that's what you recorded, it means you recorded a falsehood. You recorded something that did not happen. It did not happen that way according to these people that transported those drugs, according to Colonel Jacobs. So you being untruthful, if that's what you are recorded on that day, because that's not what happened.
Mina wethu ke ufundelwe ngikholwa ukuthi ukuzwile konke okufundiwe lapha angithi nje kodwa ke kubonakala ngathi ngendlela ebengakhona cishe wenza iphutha ngokuhlonipha singathi ubhayizile kodwa ubheke ngendlela okungayona akusiyona akusiyindlela eyenzekele ngakho ngendlela wena usho ngakhona
into eyenzeke kudala kakhulu le, but uma kuwukuthi ngabhala ukuthi babe khona angisiboni isidingo sokuthi ngibhale ukuthi bakhona babe khona kwisimo babona bengekho.
Yeah, I know this took place some time back, but I don't see any purpose or reason for saying that they were there when they were not.
What we suggested or put to Colonel Jacob and why he would say that they were part of the operation is because he wanted to create an impression that other SAPS members other than yourself and Sibia, who had absolutely no experience in these kind of operations, and him who came back from leave just to do this operation and disappear on the same day. The reason you say there were other people, other police officers, is to create the impression that this was a legitimate SAPS operation that involved other officers of the SAPS. That's the reason you would mention other people as being part of the operation, part of the inspection, when in fact they were not.
Kubonakala ngathi ke hendoda wena ufaka laba bantu ukuthi kubonakale sengathi lento beyenzeka lapha beyisemthethweni iyenziwa uwe namaphoyisa omthetho kanti eqinisweni ubona ngathi bekunganjalo.
Ngiyakuphika lokho.
I dispute that.
Ngisasho namanje ukuthi ngangeke ngibesane ngithi uSergeant Mkhize noSergeant Gavenda babe lapha uma babengekho.
I wouldn't have mentioned that they were actually there if it was not the case.
Namanje futhi ngithi ngiyacabanga ukuthi why would I say that?
I'm scratching my head even now. Why would I do that?
Mr. Skakane, it looks like we have a technical problem. I'm looking at our screens. There are vertical black bands that are hiding some of the wording and all over the page. And surely those cannot be intended reductions. Yeah, look at that.
Bona sibheka lapha phezulu umabona kude lo hey khona imigqa lapha emnyama manje iyaphazamisa ngathi khona into engahambi kahle ngalezinto.
Even dates, no, addresses where the depot is, surely it could not have been intended to redact that. And also the container number, we have seen that container number several times. The people who are assisting technically at the back, do you have I wonder if they have any, please come close to us.
Kuba inenkinga ndoda yazi nemininingwane ebalekile lapha ebo container number ama address ayi ngathi cishekile lapha valekile ngalokho kumnyama awuthi babize labo engineer mhlambe bayazokwazi ukusinceda lapha.
You do see what's happening there. It cannot be intended reductions. Oh. Is there an explanation, Mr. Skakane?
Chair, I'm told that it's the file from which they were flighting is corrupted. So I think we'll have to check it.
Okay. Let's go ahead.
Nabembuza ngencazelo uthe ngathi cishe kwaba khona inkinga nje yazi zomshindo ngakhona. Wala soqhubeka.
Okay, Warrant Officer, just to complete this discussion with you.
But you sorry. You have no difficulty though, Warrant Officer, because you are reading from a hard copy. Is that so?
Awuna inkinga ngoba unikwe iphepha lokuthi ufunde uzibonele.
Yebo.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just to complete this part, the other thing that you are the only one who is saying, and the three ORS, I think we were told they are ORS members who were there, Gavendam Kize, and the other one that I don't remember, I think it's Kuzwai, and Colonel Jacob do not say, is that the three came to your scene, left, and were called back. You're the only one that's saying that. All four of them say they were brought in and helped with taking these bags onto their vehicle, drove with you to Isipingo police station. These things were offloaded at Isipingo, and then they left to go and carry on with their functions. You say they were there present, looking. In fact, you say they were part of the inspection. During the search of the container, you say they were present, they left, and then they were called back. You're the only one that's saying that.
Uyabona kufanele sikuzwe kahle la. Laba bantu bane kahle kahle. Kavenda umkhize nokhuzwayo sifake na uJakobe. Bona bathi hoye bebekhona labantu beyingcenye yokuphenya la kwenziwa lena. Kodwa okumangazayo nguwe wedwa cha othi labantu babakho bafika bahamba base bayabuya. Kuza kanjani?
Iyangimangaza ke leyo ngoba
It is beyond my apprehension. I don't know.
ngoba into engayibhala phansi engibhalela istatement into engangibhale kuma notes ami.
Because what reflects here, it's what I put on my handbook.
Yes. I think the simple point I tried to make earlier was the fact that you are repeating it because you put it in your handbook and you repeat it in your statement today. It doesn't make it truthful. That therefore it is a fact. That's what happened. What I want to put to you is the probability here is that the four are telling the truth of what happened. You are making up a story. And you may be making up that story because that's what you discussed with Colonel Jacobs, that we will say that these three people were there when we did the search. We will say that. And what you didn't realize is he comes and testifies and concedes that that is false to say they were there when you were conducting the search. And you're still stuck with that story that you concocted with him. Do you want to comment on that?
Uyabona ke uthi nayibheka kahle la kuyehluza le ndaba. Hey. Laba bantu bayisho ngalendlela bayibeka ngakhona. Wena ukuthi ubhala ama notes. Waqhubeka wabhala lokho. Uma kuba amangahlaza, lokuqhubeka amangahlaza. Aqhubeka amangahlaza. Ama notes ini ku statement. Ngoba kubonakala ngathi wena nahlanganisa amakhanda nalo Jacob. Nathi hayi sizoyibeka ngalendlela. Kanti emva kwalokho segcina kuzimbamba ngqi yena wavuma athi hayi ngempela vele kwenzeke ngalendlela bayishoyo. Wena uthini ngalokho?
Ngiyamuzwa uCommissioner Baloyi kodwa into engayisho ukuthi ayikho into engayihlanganisa noJacob. Into engishoyo lento ama notes engawabhalayo iwona lawa enza ukuthi ngibhale le statement leso. Ngisho ukuthi abantu ababekhona lapha uSibanibani noSibanibani angizange ngihlanganise lutho noJacobs. Angakaze ngikhulume lutho futhi noJacobs.
Commissioner Baloyi, I hear you, but I'll stuck and reiterate that there was nothing untoward that me and Jacob came to agree upon. Just what is on my notes is the truth reflection of what transpired.
Thank you. Thanks, Mrs. Kaplan.
Thank you. Just on that point, just to present it as your version, at page 656, your initial statement in November 2021, it's under CJC 244, page 656.
Yeah, I told him wait.
Yeah, well, me too.
Yes, found it.
And you're at the bottom, this is where we're dealing with the opening of the container.
Ezansi la ukhuluma ukuthi nasikuvulwa icontainer.
You don't mention just, and this time
I think, sorry, Mrs. I think until the problem has been resolved, you should just give up on flighting these. Thank you.
Kuthiwa hayi indoda vele uyeka lento hayi sekuyenziwe.
Sure.
This one
I'm
I'm telling you.
referring to.
Batshela yena hayi wena uqonde kulo nqo kulo baba hayi wena ungayiki kushelwa yena ukuthi sesizamile ukuthi ilungiswe lento.
So I just wanted to refer maybe Commissioner Baloyi to that, is that you don't mention that the seal was broken in the presence of those officials.
Kusaqala okunye kuzwakala ukuthi akukho la kushi okukhulunywa ngokuthi lamasili aqhekezwa avulwa bekhona laba abanye.
Ngiyakuzwa lokho.
I hear that.
Can you perhaps explain the difference?
Ungabe ungakhona ukuchaza umehluko?
Mhlawumbe ngakhohlwa ukufaka kwi-statement.
Maybe I might have just forgotten to insert that statement.
Now, if we are to talk of the probabilities as Commissioner Baloyi points them, is that at this time, and I think you'll recall earlier we spoke that, or you said at this time, your mind was fresher about the events.
Ukuthi ke sibo ukuthi mhlambe kweke kwengenzeka ukuthi uyakhumbula uke wathi futhi ngaleso sikhathi ingqondo yakho uyayisakhanya bha isase fresh
Yebo.
ngokwenzekile.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you also said that you relied on your notes.
Washo futhi ukuthi wena bothembele kulama notes wakho.
Yebo.
Yes.
But an important fact is missing from this.
Kodwa ke kuyabonakala into ebalulekile la ukuthi ayikhona ngathi akhamba ngalo ndlela.
Ngiyakuvuma lokho.
I do concede, accept it.
And then in your later statement, that fact comes back.
Kodwa emva kwesikhathi sebuyabuya futhi leyo nto oyishilo.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is so.
And just to follow up or to just get some clarity, in terms of these statements, Colonel Jacob came and testified and said at some point in relation to another incident, he spoke to members that were present at the scene about some of the events. Did you interact with him about these events, let's say this year?
Jacob lokuthi ke kuwe kwenzeka khuluma nangezinye indaba zenye into ezenza kwenye izinye indaba wasabe exoxisana ekhuluma nabantu ngale yondaba kungenzeka ukuthi nawe wakhuluma mhlambe khona ukukhulumisana naye ngama event namanye
Mhlambe u-advocate Skakhane
mhlambe
u-advocate mengasangikhumbuza ukuthi ukhuluma ngamaphi ama-events.
Advocate, if you can duly remind me, maybe I would recall.
We'll go to it. It was about the Ispingo, which we are going to now, about whether the exhibits were going to be stored at Ispingo or be sent to Potchefstroom.
Uthi ke asizoya lapho kuleyo ndawo khona manje ukuthi kahle kahle lama exhibit ngabe aye eSphingo noma ePotchefstroom na.
So I'm saying that was an example. He says he was reminded.
Yebo kuthiwa ke yiso into aye example ayishilo mayikhunjuzwa.
Angazi noma
Okay, let me explain further. So what it would appear is that Colonel Jacob must have had some discussion around the events at Isipingo, which is one of the issues around this, these exhibits. Now I want,
No,
apologies. Now what I want to know is, it would seem to me that it would be probable that other issues may have been discussed. Now, I want to understand whether generally you did discuss the events around this thing with Colonel Jacobs anytime this year.
Yabona kuyabonakala sengathi kwaba khona ukukhuluma okukhulumekayo mayelana nalama event kodwa ufuna ukwazi kahle kahle ukuthi ngabe wena uke waba nengxoxo thizeni noJacob in this year, you said, kulo nyaka,
Sixoxa sikuphi?
discussing where.
It's either you did or you didn't, I don't know.
Nombuzo ukuthi wakwenza noma kwenzanga.
Angikhumbula.
I do not recall.
Thank you. Chair, I do apologize. The error of those black markings, it happens in not all the pages, it would seem, some of the pages. The page that I want to refer to is fine, is not corrupted. Can I display it so that we move over it? And it's in relation to Brigadier Nyusa's statement, which I think, so that we close the chapter.
All right, that's in order.
It's exhibit file.
Uthi ngenhlanhla ke hayi ukuthi lo into umnyama lokho akukho konke indawo. La siya khona manje abupho lo misizobona kahle. Sikhuluma ngakho manje.
Same, is it the same file?
It's the same file, file 2,
Kuyo yona leyo file
page 584.
584.
So this is a statement from Brigadier Nyusa talking about the events of this day,
A statement sakanyuso esishoyo ukuthi kwayenzakalani ngalelo la
22 June 2021.
kuleyo date.
Yes, ngiyalibona.
On the fourth paragraph,
Paragraph yesine.
he says, and I quote, "On Thursday morning of the 22nd June 2021, I received a call from Warrant Officer Mbangase from Durban Serious Organized Crime Unit informing me that Crime Intelligence has contacted him regarding a container at Isipingo which might have drugs and that he was proceeding there with Lieutenant Colonel Jacob and Warrant Officer Sbiya, all from Durban Serious Organized Crime."
Ngiyakubona.
Would you still maintain that you didn't speak to him?
Uma usamile lapho ukuthi wena uzange ukhulume naye.
Ubrigadier Nyusa indoda eqotho. Uma ekhuluma kanje kusho ukuthi ngakhuluma naye.
You see this Brigadier
Nyusa.
Nyusa is a man of integrity. So if he mentions that I did, that would mean that is a fact. I did speak to him.
Then, Commissioners, please put that file not too far, but far out of your desk. We'll go back to the statement. But just for the benefit of the warrant officer, if we go to the
Yes, Mrs. Kagane.
Apologies, Chair. I see the time is moving too fast for me. I just thought I should present what is in front of me, even to the benefit of Warrant Officer Nyuso. Can I ask that we go to page 800 of the exhibit file? That's file 3. And that's CJC 268. This is the investigation diary. Warrant officer can confirm.
Yeah.
Investigation there, yes.
Who completed it?
Iyagcwaliswa ubani?
Emina.
I did.
we'll come back to the other events that are recorded in this diary. But
Uzo-
at paragraph 4,
Uzobuya kwezinye igigaba ezenzakala la kodwa ufuna ubheke ku paragraph 4.
Yeah.
which goes on to page 801 from 800, which seems to suggest, maybe perhaps read it for the record, I'm not, so that I don't,
Uthi
misread.
ngangcono ukuthi wena ufundele nje phezulu ngokwakho sokwazi ukuthi angathi ngathi ubuye ukuthini.
The container was properly closed and locked, the seal intact. The seal was broken and the container was opened in the presence of the supervisor of the warehouse, customs official, Ndutugo Kuzwayo, ORS members, Sergeant Mkiza and Sergeant Kavenda, and 27 black canvas bags were observed placed right at the end of the cargo or commodity just behind the container doors.
Thank you, and you entered these details when?
Wakubhala lendoko
2206.
And if you turn over to page 802, we see your name just as the one that signed, but we see, is that your signature and name?
Yeah, but
yes.
Do you confirm that what is recorded here is accurate?
yeah, but
It's
I
accurate
do.
yeah,
in all respects.
yes.
Okay, thank you. Then may we move to the other part, which is about transporting the exhibit.
Should we close this file?
Yes, please, apologies, yes. It was just to clarify those affidavit and statements and
Ungayivala
the version.
eceleni sedlulile lapho.
Apologies. We then, that decision to transport the exhibit, you have already said that it was taken by Colonel Jacob without consulting you.
Yes.
Ushilo ke nje besho ukuthi isinqumo sokuthatha uJacob angazange athintane nawe. Yes.
Okay. Then you loaded the exhibits and then you go to Ispingo, sorry, yes.
Nase nikuthatha lokhu mama exhibit nase niqhubeka niye esiphingo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Did Colonel Jacobs discuss with you and or Warrant Officer Spear or as to what would happen?
Ngabe uJacob waxhumana nawe waxoxa noSibiya nawe noSibiya ukuthi kusuka lapho kuzokwenzakalani?
which is your drugs police station Spingo.
That we were going to put the drugs in Sipingo's police station.
So the idea was that the exhibits were going to be stored at the Ispingo police station.
Ukuthi ke uthi wena kwakusho ukuthi la ama exhibit ayobekwa eSipingo's police station.
Yebo, kunjalo.
Yes, that is so.
And then at this point, in this understanding, what would be your role?
Ngaleso sikhathi wena yini indima yakho umsebenzi wakho ngaleso sikhathi yini?
Ukuphelezela nje sihambe siyofaka ama-drugs.
Just to accompany to go and store the drugs.
Then you arrive at Ispingo, and one of the things that seem to be contentious is around the booking in and the booking out of the exhibits.
Iyafika ke siphingo lapho kodwa kukhona into ethanda ukuxaka la. Ukuwafaka nokuwakhipha le exhibit lapho esiphingo.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the decision to book them out, who took that decision?
Angithi uyazi ukuthi hayi sinasithi uyathatha uyabhuka niyasho ukuthi ngiyabhala la ukuthi ezokhishwa. Ubani oweza nalombono leso sinqumo leso?
Mina ngatshela uKenneth Jacob ukuthi aswabhuke out ngoba siwahambise ePortshepstone.
I was instructed by Colonel Jacobs that we should book them out and transport them to Portchepston.
And then, let's then start with the booking in. We'll come back to that question, to that point.
Sizoqala ke la na ebhukwa in efakwa lapha sizobuye sibuya muva kuloko ku.
In your statement, as I understand it, you were the one booking the exhibits in the sub-stating register.
Nasibheka ku statement sakho ukuthi nguwena ngqo owayebhala ebhukha in lama exhibit la.
Kunjani?
That is so.
Can I just have a moment? Now, in terms of your experience, had you done a similar, well, you had said you never done a similar operation, am I correct?
Ngabe kuyiqiniso ukuthi njengoba sithela sibheka ku experience yakho uthe awukaze ukube dihlangana nento enje uyenze into enje.
Angakazi.
I had never done it.
And then how were you then going to complete the sub-stating register? Or did you seek any guidance from anyone?
Ingabe ke nakwebe kunjalo uzokwazi kanjani ukuthi ubhalise lapha noma uzocela omunye akuncede?
Akekho umuntu engizomcela ngatshela uKenneth Jacob ukuthi angifake ama-exhibit kwi-register.
I did not ask anybody else. I was told by Jacobs that I must book them in the register.
Nokuthi entarisha ama-exhibit kwi-exhibit 13 ngiyakwazi.
And the fact that I was glued up about entering this exhibit into the register, I know it.
This is something we had done before.
Uke wakwenza phambilini?
Yebo, kunjalo.
Yes.
Perhaps I seem to be confused in, so I just want to understand. So you had,
Yeah, my sense was that there was confusion between operation and entering exhibits in an exhibit register. I think his response earlier was, or rather, when responding earlier, he appears to have been under the impression that the question related to an operation of this nature. And did I understand you correctly, Warrant Officer?
Ngabe mhlambe ekuqaleni sicabange ukuthi mhlambe wena bokhuluma uthi mayelana ne-operation.
Yeah.
Yes.
okay, perhaps let me be specific so that we are clear and we don't come
Uthi
to the wrong
uzoqonda
conclusion.
go straight njengerula. Ungalokhu sibhayiza sishona ukuzobuza lokho afuna ukubuzakho.
Had you, earlier we spoke about you having experience in narcotics. What I want to know, had you then had some experience about entering suspected drugs exhibits in the sub-stating register?
Yebo ushilo ukuthi ngathi unaso isipiliyoni sama narcotics kodwa ke umbuzo ukuthi ngabe ulwazi bonalo yini lokubhalisa
Yebo,
ku-enter?
benginalo.
Yes, I had.
And in registering these exhibits, was it not needed that they have exhibit bags?
Manje ukubhalisa lapha bekungekho isidingo ukuthi le ikhwama kufanele zibe khona nazo la.
Kwakufanele.
Yes, we're supposed to.
And in the absence thereof,
Manje njengoba zingekho,
Saqhubeka sawafaka.
we proceeded, carried on putting them in.
so how was the register completed?
Manje ugcwalisa kanjani i-register?
Describe ukuthi yini leyo ifaka kwi-exhibit.
Describe that?
Ama-exhibits.
By describing the exhibits.
Okay, can I just request you to speak up at some point?
So cela uphakamisa izwi mne wethu kuzozwakala kahle ukusho.
Okay. Now, I want us to go to your paragraph 13 of your statement.
Paragraph 13 kwi-statement sakho.
There are different versions which we've had between Jacob, Sbia, and yourself in your statements.
Kukhona la kungahambisani khona kwinto ezikhulunyiwe uSibiya uJacob nawe.
And you say you requested the exhibit clerk, and I take that, who was the exhibit clerk? Let me just not assume.
Uthi ke wacela unobhala uclerk ku-exhibit lapho uthi ubani loyo?
Perumal.
Perumal.
Is it Warrant Officer Jayanathan Perma?
Uye loyo?
Uyena.
China. Yes, that's the one.
And you say that you spoke to him or approached him so that you can get exhibit bags.
Uthi ke wena waya kuye wakhuluma naye ngamakhwama zama-exhibit.
Yebo ngakhuluma naye.
Yes, I did speak with him.
And at this time, your capacity is just being of assistance.
Ngaleso sikhathi indima efuneka idlala ukunceda nje.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes.
And in your knowledge, you were to leave the exhibits at Isipingo.
Ngokwazi kwakho kwakufuneka nje ushiye lama exhibit esiphingo.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is like that.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to talk or refer you to an engagement that Jacobs has, but what is of interest to me is if we go to that file 2 of the exhibit file and go to the statement or Perumal's statement.
Nabe shukule file abakulethela yona lapho.
It's CJC 243, but particularly it's page 593. This is a statement by Warrant Officer Perumal, the exhibit official at Isipingo.
Statement sakho Perumal lapho esiphingo.
Ngiyasibona.
I see it.
He refers at paragraph 3
Ku paragraph 3 la khombisa khona, show sikhomba khona.
He refers to a discussion with Colonel Jacob.
Yes, ngiyabona.
Yes, I can see that.
But he does not refer to a discussion with you.
Kodwa kukho la show ukuthi kwaba khona uxoxisana. Now,
Ngiyabona.
I see that.
Would you say he's wrong?
Usho ukuthi ngabe impazamo kuyena.
Kungenzeka ukuthi wakhuluma no Colonel Jacob kanti nami futhi ngakhuluma naye mayelana nama.
It is possible that he spoke with Colonel Jacobs, but I also spoke with him. Umundoda,
Indoda.
yeah, with him.
Then, if I may request that we go back to your earlier statement at page 656.
Ngicela ubuyele emuva kwi-statement sakho kule nombolo eshoyo 656.
We've referred to the statement, but particularly I'm interested at page 657, your paragraph 8. And again, I remind you that this is 23 November 2021, and the events were still fresh. At paragraph 8 of your statement, this is when you deal with booking the exhibits. You then do not refer to any engagement with Warrant Officer Perumal, as fresh as
Uyabona ke lapho lento ebhayo lapho kwakusasekusha emqondweni wakho sakhumbula kahle. Kodwa kukho nakuphi la osho khona ukuthi kunaba khona ukukhulumisana ukuxhumana naye uPeramel.
U-advocate uchaza ukuthi akukho la ngibhale khona ukuthi sake sakhuluma noPeriman mayelana nama-exhibit bags.
Advocate, are you giving an impression that at no time had I communicated with him about the bags?
No, perhaps let me ask it differently. In your earlier statement, you did not record this fact that you spoke to Warrant Officer Perumal about the exhibit bags.
Uthi kubeka kuwe ukuthi statement sokuqala akukho la kubonakala khona la ubhale khona ukushoyo ukuthi wakhuluma naye.
Ngiyezwa.
I do hear that.
Then, if I may request that we also go to file 3.
File 3.
We've just referred to this, and I asked you, this was the investigation diary which you completed or entered.
Investigation ke waya complete uwe.
Please give him the page number.
Oh, apologies, page 80801, apologies.
Yeah.
Okay.
800, it continues to 801. Oh, apologies, 801 to 802, yes.
So we 801 kuya ku 802.
And you said the entry number is what?
Entry 8.
Oh, thank you.
Uzwile ke entry 8.
Ngiyezwa.
Yes.
And you completed this, and perhaps you'll pardon me if I miss it, but I could not locate where you refer to your interaction with Warrant Officer Perumal.
Uthi yakho wo wayigcwalisa lento. Kodwa uthi umxolele makube mhlambe wenza iphutha kodwa akaboni lapho la osho khona ukuthi waxoxisana nalo.
Yebo akukho.
Yes.
If I may ask, without being presumptuous, what would have been the rationale for that? Was it not significant, or according to you?
Uthi naye yabuza. Uthi ngabe kwenziwa yini lokho? Mhlambe wabona ngaleso sikhathi ukuthi lento le ayishonto akubalulekile mhlambe yikho ngakufaka?
Ngingasho ukuthi kwasala ngephutha.
I would say it was mistakenly left out.
Okay, thank you. If I may request that we put that file away, I see that the time is one.
Maybe just. We will take the adjournment now and come back at 2 p.m. At 2 p.m. We will hear Mr. Shaskalsin and continue with Warrant Officer Mpangas thereafter. Let's adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
Awuthi siyodla ndoda.